Chapter 51. Nathan Sanchez watched the Robinson R-44 take off. His eyes traced the helicopter as it slowly disappeared over the horizon, and then picked up his cell phone and pressed redial. A man on the other end of the line answered. "Did you do it?" Nathan nodded to himself. "Yes, Uncle." "Good. Do you think he will find the truth?" Nathan glanced at the helicopter, no more than a pinprick on the horizon. "I think he might. One thing's for certain, he's a hell of a lot more resourceful than Churn ever was." His uncle said, "Good. And the GPS tracker?" "It's in the book. All we have to do is let Sam Reilly find out what Churn really knew, and then we'll follow him." "Well done." "One more thing." "What?" "I saw the Naya Chia's golden pearls. They were stunning." His uncle agreed. "Yes, they are. And when you find the Tomb of El Dorado, we're going to have more of them than we could ever spend in a lifetime." Chapter 52. Disha Chung, Beijing, China. The Beijing Capital Airport was uniquely quiet despite its size. Sam scanned the sea of people, all moving and walking in respectful silence. He and Tom grabbed their backpacks, made their way through customs, and stepped into the arrival lounge. It had been a long time since Sam had flown commercial anywhere, but it was easier to do so than go through the onerous process of getting the necessary documentation and approval to fly into Beijing on his private jet. And that was saying a lot, considering Sam and Tom had landed everywhere from the Amazon jungle to abandoned military air bases. Sam looked around. The only people there were a haggle of flight attendants, who were clearly bored, and a lone tour guide. He walked up to the woman and reached his hand out to shake hers. The guide ignored the gesture and buried her face in a brochure that was most likely intended for the visitors. In the departures lounge, they were greeted by a woman holding a sign with Sam Reilly's name on it. Sam greeted her. "Miss Likaiu Wu?" She greeted him with a pleasant smile. "Yes, Mr. Reilly?" He smiled politely. "Just Sam." "Pleased to meet you, Sam," she replied, before turning her attention to Tom. "And you must be Mr. Bauer." "Tom will do fine. Pleased to meet you." She gave both of them a cursory glance, as though trying to determine what sort of clients she was looking after today. "Welcome to Beijing. I hope your flight was okay." Tom said, "Fine. Slept the whole flight." Sam sidestepped the question by answering, "I'll catch up on my sleep tonight." "You're here to see the real Disha Chung, is that right?" "Yes," Sam said, returning to his businesslike mode. "We're keen to find some information on someone who used to live there." "That might be hard. There are many people living in Disha Chung, and none of them have documented addresses." She spoke with near-perfect English, with a slight trace of a North American accent. She suppressed a slight grin, licked her lips, and said, "But I'll try my best to help you find what you're looking for." Sam said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Likaiu exchanged a quick glance with both of them. "Do you need anything before we go?" "No," they both confirmed. "We're good." She nodded, her eyes darting across their small backpacks, a wry grin forming on her elegant face. "That's all your luggage?" "That's it," Sam confirmed. "We'd love to spend more time here on a tourist visa next time, but unfortunately this is just a short stopover to try and find some details about a lost friend of ours." "How long are you planning on staying?" "That depends on how long it takes to find what we need, but hopefully no more than a few days." She gestured toward the exit gates and said, "If that's the case, we'd better get started right away." Chapter 53. They took a taxi to Disha-cheng. Sam watched the city go by as they sped along an 8-lane highway. The road was clear and well-maintained. Li Kai-u explained that she didn't own a car, and even if she did, she wouldn't use it to take them where they wanted to go, because there was nowhere for her to park once they got there. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped out the front of 62 West Damocheng Street in Qianmen. Sam looked up at the rear-view mirror in front of the driver's seat. The taxi driver looked scared, with eyebrows furrowed into an expression of worry and wariness. The guide said something in Chinese, to which the driver nodded and took the money that she gave him for the fare. Sam, Tom, and Li Kai-u got out, and the driver sped off. In front of them stood a large red door. The tour guide opened it, and they all followed. At the height of Soviet-Chinese tensions in 1969, Chairman Mao Zedong ordered the construction of the underground city during the border conflict over Zhenbao Island in the Heilongjiang River. The underground city was designed to withstand nuclear, biochemical, and conventional attacks. The complex would protect Beijing's population and allow government officials to evacuate in the event of an attack on the city. The government claimed that the tunnels could accommodate all of Beijing's 6 million inhabitants at the time, upon its completion. The complex was equipped with facilities such as restaurants, clinics, schools, theaters, factories, a roller skating rink, grain and oil warehouses, and a mushroom cultivation farm. There were also almost 70 potential sites where water wells could easily be dug if needed. Elaborate ventilation systems were installed, with 2,300 shafts that could be sealed off to protect the tunnel's inhabitants from poisonous gases. Gas and waterproof hatches, as well as thick concrete main gates, were constructed to protect the tunnels from biochemical attacks and nuclear fallout. There was no official disclosure about the actual extent of the complex, but it was speculated that the tunnels may link together Beijing's various landmarks, as well as important governmental buildings, such as the Zhongnanhai, the Great Hall of the People, and even military bases in the outskirts of the city. It links all the tunnels that make up the underground city from areas of beneath central Beijing, from Shaidan and Shuanwumen to Kaianmen and the Shengwen district, in addition to the Western Hills. In the event of a nuclear attack, the plan was to move half of Beijing's population underground and the other half to the Western Hills. Of course, a Soviet nuclear war never eventuated, and the entire complex was abandoned. The majority of the solid concrete doors were closed forever, with walls and buildings being constructed in front of them to prevent the doors from ever being reopened. But some doors remained, and through these, people ventured into the deep, dark, and often eerie confines of Beijing's underground city. It became a place where an entire culture of people called the tunnels home, and the government decided to ignore them. China has done census readings of the tunnels, and it was estimated over 50,000 people live below in the underground city. Li Kai-u led them in through the concrete nuclear-resistant doors and down into Disha-cheng. Outdated light bulbs hanging from wires barely compensated for the lack of natural sunlight. People left and right were hunched over, going about their various businesses. Li Kai-u turned to Sam and Tom and began to speak. "Welcome to Disha-cheng, the great underground city. As you know, it was originally made as a nuclear bomb shelter. It was meant to hold half of all Beijing if necessary. But now the city's too big, and there's no need for it anymore. There were hundreds of entrances, but most of them were destroyed by the government." Tom took in the massive complex and raised his brows. He gestured to the sprawling subterranean secret. "So why wasn't this destroyed?" "Officials wanted to keep a few for tourism and propaganda purposes. They thought they blocked off all the tunnels to the residential areas, but the hermits always find a way in. They're like rats or troglodytes." "So, that's the people who live here? Hermits?" Li Kayu smiled, but her lovely dark eyes were solemn. "Yes, and those who can't afford to live anywhere else." She wiped her nose, and Sam wondered if perhaps she had lived here once, a long time ago. "The entire place was equipped with everything you would want in a city. Wells, hospitals, malls, food stores, schools, even a skating rink. You name it, it was there. Now, of course, most of it is in disrepair, but beggars can't be choosers. The hermits use some of them." It still didn't make sense to Tom, and he said as much. But how could it possibly protect millions? A nuclear blast is pretty strong. "Really?" she snapped. "You would know, you Americans." Before Tom could open his mouth, she barreled on. "Did you miss the part where it's hundreds of feet underground? We don't build things like you do." She preened a little on that rather ambiguous statement and couldn't help adding, "It also has ventilation and double walling to protect against water flooding or gas attacks from the surface." "How big is this entire thing?" Tom asked. "No one knows exactly. Since the Cold War bonanza died down, the government seems more inclined to forget about the entire system and won't say anything about it. But they say it's larger than Beijing itself. But a shame it only holds 55,000 people." Sam redirected his attention to his surroundings. They'd passed dead-eyed druggies, clear-eyed clerks, and all manner of wares imaginable. He'd registered the terrain out of the corner of his eye as they'd passed, out of old habit. They had been walking for a good deal of time, long enough for Sam to almost forget that they were completely, as she said, hundreds of feet underground. Now they emerged from a corridor and the somewhat snaking streets into a bustling square. Contrary to what the guide had told them, the people were dressed well, clean, and looked happy, as if their life underground was no different from the accepted one going on right above their heads. In the walls, several staircases were cut out of the stone, leading to what Sam assumed were the entrances of apartments. Signs posted all around the square directed customers to nearby restaurants and businesses, and even showed the estimated walking distance and time it might take to get there. At least, Sam reflected, you didn't have to worry about traffic. As the guide paused to let them take in the sight, Sam figured now was as good a time as any to ask the guide about any information about Churn's whereabouts. He grabbed the printout of the passport he'd taken from Nathan Sanchez from the back pocket of his jeans and presented it to the guide, folding it open to the identification page as he did so. "We actually came here to find any information on this person." The narrow-eyed guide squinted at the bad copy in the dim light. Sam held the book steady. He was from China originally, but he went to another country looking for a place called El Dorado. El Dorado? Her eyes narrowed further with distrust, and she looked around as if someone might be watching her response. "I don't know anything about it." "Maybe you can ask some people at the Sinchung." "The what?" "Disha Sinchung, underground business. It's where all black market goes through in China. If you get anything illegal, chances are one of the middlemen at the Sinchung station has gotten their hands on your money and products." Sam and Tom shared a look. Their search was about to turn way more dangerous than they had planned for. But they both knew there was no other option. Churn must have gotten his information and desire from somewhere, and they needed to find out who or what that was. Sam spoke first. "Take us there, and we'll pay you extra." He held out 10 100-yuan bills, Mao Zedong's face staring disapprovingly at them. The guide snatched the bills at the same time she said, "I'll take you, but I'm not going in." The bills disappeared in the pocket of her shapeless pants. She pulled the communist cap further down on her head in triumph. Sam and Tom exchanged a look above her head. What had they gotten themselves into? No choice now, they seemed to say. They began to follow the guide through various twists and turns across the underground labyrinth. Though Sam and Tom's foreign faces were met with either benign indifference or curiosity when they had first arrived in the subterranean city, now each turn led to fewer people and fewer friendly expressions. As the light lessened and the glances turned downright hostile, Sam could feel loud and clear that they weren't welcome anywhere near this place. Finally, their tour guide turned abruptly right at a particularly shady alleyway. They were immediately met with a huge, towering, hulking mass of human. Even Sam had to tilt his head upward to meet the man's eyes. He must have some Mongol descent, Sam thought wildly, to be so tall. With his craggy jaw and deep-set eyes, he could easily picture the man hawking wolves from the back of a rugged mountain pony, smaller than he was, feeding bloody bits of kill to his bird. The mountain man pushed both of them with one hand each, sending Tom tumbling onto the damp floor, and Sam barely maintaining his balance by holding onto a fire extinguisher fixed onto the stone wall. The guide began shouting at the man in rapid-fire Chinese. It seemed to Sam like she was denying all involvement, reassuring him they were just a paycheck, and what was she supposed to do about that? The mountain man replied in similar aggressiveness and started menacingly toward the startled pair. Tom dusted his hands as he pulled himself to his feet. "What's he saying?" She made a derisive comment in Chinese, then laughed. "You need Google Translate for that? He doesn't want you two going into the market. White faces aren't trustable." Sam sighed. Did he have to do this again? He procured a small stack of redbacks and fanned them out as if he were tempting an angry dog. The man's distrusting demeanor instantly changed. Part disbelief and part distrust showed on his face as he counted each bill individually, his lips forming the numbers as he counted. He got to the end, folded them in half, and shoved the bills in his back pocket. He glared at them. Then, all of a sudden, he swept himself to the side, and they stepped forward into one of the greatest black markets on earth. Chapter 54. Sam's eyes darted furtively across the new landscape. It was a completely different world than any of them could have ever expected. Directly in front was a plaza that closely resembled the town circle at the entrance of the underground city. However, instead of restaurants and other services around it, people had set up individual booths, each advertising something different, with Chinese banners draped across the top. Sam ambled over to the closest one on his left. On it lay the greatest arsenal of firearms he had ever seen. The collection was casually laid out and spanned from every type of weapon from Australian police-issued Glocks through to military-grade heavy weapons. "I'm not going any farther. I leave now. Good luck on the rest of your trip." The tour guide half-heartedly shook Sam's hand and hurriedly exited. Tom said, "Well, time to get looking." He began to peer at each of the sign names. Finally, Sam saw something that might help. An inconspicuous brown sign labeled Human Information presented a booth that was filled with nothing but papers and folders. Sam had no idea what the sign meant, but it seemed the closest they could get. "Hello. I was wondering if you could help me find anything about a man named Chern Eng." A shrewd and thin man with his head buried behind a newspaper barely stirred. "What city?" he asked, flipping a page with a rustle. Tom tapped his booted foot. "This city." "What you need him for? Forced labor? Trafficking? We kidnap him very quick for cheap."
Just trying to find information."
The man put down the newspaper and pulled the large green binder toward himself, without another word, and began flipping through the laminated pages. "Churn Eng?"
"Yes."
Sam put his hands on the table and leaned toward the man expectantly.
"What does it say about him?"
"No information." The man threw the binder down on the ground and resumed his newspaper reading. "Go away." Sam held onto his temper hard.
"I understand there must be a lot of Eng, but there has to be some way to—"
The man's eyes peeked over the newspaper. "You got cash?" he smiled. "Like you said, lotta Engs." Sam dug into his wallet, handing the man a not-so-meager gift. 20 minutes later, Sam's mind overflowed with despair and disappointment. They had bribed their way through 2 people to one of the most illegal and dangerous places he had ever been to be greeted with this? They had gotten information, but there was no telling how accurate it was. What was the point of coming to China in the first place? They were no closer than when they'd left Australia. "Thanks," he thought bitterly. Tom patted Sam on the back and gave a slight nudge, seeing his black look. "Come on," he said. "Time to move on to the next spot." They suffered through the gauntlet as goons stared down their foreign necks, while they navigated the warren back to the surface. Sam tried to move faster, but the weight of the underground city and his disappointment slowed his steps. By the time they reached the doorway that led topside, he was cursing everything Chinese he'd ever dealt with in his life, from his horoscope to fortune cookies. As Tom squeezed through the narrow doorway of the market, avoiding a crush of kids coming in who didn't see fit to make space for a big marine, Sam's eyes lit on the crazy collage of posters and graffiti that adorn all city walls, papered and taped and stapled over each other until it becomes a topography of a place. The door wasn't wood, but iron, he noted, heavily rusted. His tired eyes skimmed, then caught, went back. A single yellowed piece of paper caught his attention, but it took him a moment to understand why. Hung on the frame with duct tape, with bold Chinese characters scrawled on the top, exactly in the middle was a picture of a familiar landscape, under which, in English, read, "The Tomb of the Golden Man." The landscape came back to Sam's head, last seen clearly from the air, as the pilot joked with them in the tiny cockpit of the plane, shortly before he and Tom had descended into Claustral Canyon and embarked on their rescue mission. The landscape, which was probably the last thing on the surface of the earth that Churn had seen before he died. Sam stared. Suddenly it became clear. It wasn't just chasing mythical beasts. The Chinese knew about the legend, and judging by the single note, so too did a series of treasure hunters. Someone had posted a U.S. $10 million reward to locate the ancient colony of Naya Chia, or links to the Tomb of El Dorado. Sam sighed, which meant the treasure hunters would be coming out in droves to seek their fortunes. Chapter 55. Sam ripped the paper off the doorway and folded it quickly into a small size, slipping it inside his pocket. He had no idea what it was doing there. But they didn't have time to think about that now. First priorities first. They had to leave. If they stayed much longer, Sam had the distinct impression they might not be getting out again. He thought of that weapons station, the casual human information booth response. "We kidnap him quick for cheap." He turned to Tom, only to find the other man frowning, folding his arms and scanning the unsavory characters. It had been unsavory with the presence of the tour guide. Without her... Tom quirked his brow at Sam. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" "We've overstayed our welcome." "Please tell me that memory of yours still works underground, in Chinese?" Sam grinned. "It's your lucky day." He scanned the scene, fixing the steps in his mind. Left, straight here, right, another right. Sam focused intensely as he tried to recall every single step. He was too engrossed in this task to see a small but steadily growing crowd of people following them out. They looked at the two white men inquisitively, but not with malicious intent. It was too soon to tell if it was malicious or not. A few times children would try to run up to Sam and Tom and touch them, but the Chinese parents would quickly grab them and harshly reprimand them for trying to touch an outsider. Tom looked out for Sam, anxiously looking for the large man that had stood in their way, but he was nowhere to be seen. Soon enough they were at the red door. Without looking back, they pushed it open and climbed back into the sunlight. Beside him, Tom gulped in the filthy air. Sam waited until he'd flagged down a taxi, and they'd both climbed inside before he allowed himself to take his own deep breath. Tom gestured at Sam's right pocket. "Let me see that paper." Sam reached in, grabbed the grimy poster, and handed it to him. Tom inspected it, frowning. "That's what I thought. There wasn't enough time to make sure in there, but..." Sam leaned over. "What's up?" "Take a look at this." Tom pointed at the bottom left corner. "It says 10 million with a dollar sign next to it." "But this is China. Maybe they made a misprint," said Sam. 10 million yuan isn't that much, all considered. And I'm certain anyone selling wares in that market down there damn well knows the difference between yuan and dollars." He leaned back into the seat, glancing at the driver. You never knew if they spoke English or not. "This wasn't a Chinese assignment? I don't think so, anyway. Someone from another country who posted it at the market knew his way around the place. Experienced enough to know all about these shady places." Sam nodded. "You still have Chern's journal and passport, right?" Though he knew it would be there, Sam never lost anything. His hand instinctively went to his back pocket to check. The familiar imprints in the denim of his jeans confirmed it. Sam relaxed. Still, at the same time, his other pocket began to shake violently, startling him. Sam dug in his pocket and pulled it out. The screen flashed with urgency. The caller ID showed Elise. She said, "Having fun in Beijing?" "A blast." Elise rarely did the chit-chat thing, and never called without a purpose. He skipped any further preamble and smiled ruefully. "What have you found, Elise?" "That remains to be seen. Who's your favorite person on the ship?" "What have you got?" "So you know how you told me to look for gold pearl dealers, right?" "Yes." "Well, it took a bunch of digging and more hits on ugly jewelry than I ever want to see in my life. But I think I found some information for you. Or at least it's the best I could rustle up." Elise's best was usually very good. Sam held the phone closer. "Tell me more." "Let me find the file I made." He could hear the rustling of papers in the background. "Ah, here, okay. There's a man in Europe who's been selling these exotic trinkets up until just a few years ago, when the shop transferred ownership. There's pretty much no trace of him online except for a German jewelry forum that mentions his unusual sales. Her voice held the ring of triumph. You ready for the punchline?
I was born ready.
So this goldsmith started selling golden pearls, describing them as man-made pearls of pure gold. He kept the numbers down and the prices high.
Do you have his address?
Yeah, it's in some city called Venedig. He could hear her pride in her voice. I just got the hit now. You spent some time in the motherland, right? Have you ever... Sam shook his head, unable to fight his grin. For as smart as she was, Elise had some unusual blind spots. But then, Sam reflected, he'd found that most geniuses usually did.
I hate to break it to you, Elise, but that's not German.
He had the rare pleasure of hearing her surprise, uncertainty. What? But the forum was in German. I had to...
Well, it is German technically, but it's not in Germany. Venedig is the German name for another city, a foreign city.
He glanced at Tom and slapped his thigh. Of course! The crossroads between the East and the West. The most important trading hub on the Silk Road. It all made sense.
Venice, Italy.
Sam was grinning. Tom asked, I take you found a new lead? Sam nodded.
It looks like it. We'll see where it takes us.
Where are we going now? Sam grinned.
Right now, it appears we're heading to Venice.
Chapter 56. Venice, Italy. Through the tiny plane window, the sky spread above the canal like an old silk scarf, ragged around the edges and regal. The city below was much the same. Venice had stood at the crossroads between the Eastern and Western empires for centuries, a vital stop on the trade routes between the Orient and Europe. For hundreds of years, she had witnessed scandals, murders, war, plague, death, and unbelievable wealth without flinching, throughout which she had earned her name, La Serenissima, the most serene republic. Sam was not feeling particularly serene as the industrial belch of black smoke and gray fields of Mestria obliterated his plane window. The tiny plane banked with a shutter, however, and the utilitarian view was replaced by picturesque churches and canals. This was the contradiction of Venice. One side dirty, filthy, functional with Mestria, the industrial suburb on the mainland of Venice, and the gateway into the island paradise, and on the other, floating on the waves like a vision, was the dream of eternal beauty. Sun sparkled on serpentine rivers, reflecting the perfect sky. Sir, please stow your tray table. We're preparing for landing. The stewardess gave an odd look at the Chinese script in Sam's book. Apparently he didn't seem the type to be fluent in Chinese. Sam smiled at her.
Of course, ma'am.
He stowed the book in his backpack and wiped his face as they began their turbulent descent. From the airport, they took a train to Venice. It was a short trip, lasting no more than 10 minutes. They emerged from the Santa Marco train station, pressed in close by the crowd of tourists pouring through the station. The clamor of Italian and a dozen other languages assaulted his ears. The scent of sweat and sewage assaulted his nose, and the warm Italian sun rose up like the plague to choke him as they got pushed toward the exit, hemmed in on all sides. Sam kept one hand on his wallet and the other gripping his bag tightly, in which was the book they could not afford to lose. The doors opened, and he stepped out into a spectacular view. It staggered Sam every time he came here that the train station opened up directly onto the lagoon. He stepped quickly out of the way of some irate local
then cast around for Tom, only to find him fighting his way through the throng. Tom reached his side with an expression of distaste, then took in the view. He gave Sam a crooked smile that took in everything. "Ah, Venice!" Their map said they were less than a mile from their hotel. Even so, it took them almost 45 minutes to find the Hotel Olympia in the Santa Croce district. The receptionist greeted them by name, presented them with a heavy brass key on an opulently tussled fob, and pointed them up the stairs and to the end of the hall. Porters in white gloves carried their bags, despite Sam's insistence they could do it themselves. The room was luxurious and equally brocaded, with gilded mirrors and a marble bathroom. From the open window, singing wafted up from the canal. Tom grinned. "Of course, I find myself in the most romantic city in the world, with you." Sam threw a pillow at his chest. They took a coffee at one of the street-side cafes, shaded from the worst of the midday sun by a green awning emblazoned with a Lavazza logo. Sam stood at the counter, wedged in between a dapper gentleman arguing with a Rolex sporting young man, and Tom, gulping at a bitter shot of espresso, sweetened with 2 packs of sugar. Nearby, tourists paid double to bake in the sun, seated in wicker chairs and on the sidewalk so they could claim to be part of the elite. Tom looked ridiculous clutching his tiny cup of espresso, but Sam wasn't one to judge. After their adventures in China and half a world of travel, he was on his second cup as well. Tom slid his cup and saucer across the counter, where it was whisked away with a nondescript prego, twisted out of the way of a woman in a leopard stole ordering an Aperol spritz, and consulted the map. "According to this, the shop we're looking for is just over the Rialto, in the Calle di l'Aquila Nera." He squinted. "But that might be the name of the canal. I can't tell." He scanned the street, already crowded. Sam felt the coffee take hold with a vengeance. He pushed away from the bar. "Well, should we go find out?" Out of breath, sweating and swearing profusely, his pant cuffs wet from having been shoved off the narrow sidewalk at a sudden dead end, and over an hour later, Sam finally spotted the tiny sign, hidden up high on a building corner, behind several others saying contradicting things. He nudged Tom in the side, and Tom looked up from his phone, which they'd discovered was absolutely worthless as a GPS navigator, no matter how many times they tried. "There is a God." Tom grinned. "Hallelujah!" They ducked into the street with relief. They had spent the past hour climbing over Venice's canals, edging down streets so narrow the passers-by coming the opposite way had to wait for them to cross, lest they be knocked off into the water below, and generally running in circles. When they'd finally found their way to the Rialto Bridge, guided by helpful arrows on the ground and on the edges of the buildings, sometimes, Sam had shouted in triumph. 15 minutes later, as they struggled through the city's maze-like streets, he gritted his teeth in frustration and tried for serenity. It seemed that just where you wanted to go in Venice was the one place you were unable to get. No wonder the city had withstood so many invasions. At last they found the shop tucked into the end of a narrow road. Sam got the impression of clean glass and dusty stone, ornate writing with that unique Italian flair that somehow mimicked the uneven cobblestones. The bell chimed as they entered into the smell of history and polish, and hopefully, somewhere they might find answers. Chapter 57. The shop was empty of tourists. Sam and Tom wandered the pristine counters,
decked out with exquisite work. It looked promising. Off the tourist path, this man didn't sell cheap stuff to foreigners. If there was a place the golden pearls had rested, it was possible it was here. A door opened behind the counter. A clean-cut man, well-dressed even for an Italian, with elegant fingers, emerged, wiping his hands on a rag. He regarded them with a sharp intelligence behind his eyes. "Buonasera, signori. Come aiutare?" Sam nodded at him. His Italian was limited, but he understood a little. "I'm Sam Reilly," he said. "I called inquiring about the man's razor gaze sharpened further. "Ah, yes, I remember," he said, replying in good English. He put his hand to his chest. "Jacopo Santini. Piacere." Jacopo glanced outside at the slanting afternoon light. Then he walked around the counter without further comment and turned the open sign to closed. He locked the door from the inside. Tom raised his brows. "What are you doing?" Jacopo smiled, more with his eyes than his mouth. Still, without a word, he poured 3 shots of grappa from an ornate Venetian glass bottle into matching exquisite glasses, and handed one to Sam and one to Tom. "I will close for the afternoon, and 5 minutes makes no difference." He wafted his own drink under his nose. "And this is a conversation that should not be interrupted, I think, yes?" Sam and Tom sat in small, uncomfortable brocade chairs in a curtained alcove it seemed Jacopo used for design consultations. Sam shifted on the tiny seat, hoping it wouldn't break as Jacopo opened a locked cabinet with a tiny key. The key disappeared into some hidden pocket, and he brought out an old wooden box, engraved with a single circle of gold. He set it on the table and lifted the lid. Sam and Tom leaned in instinctively, drawing their breath. 2 gold pearls nestled inside. It was something of a shock to see them without expecting them, and Sam appreciated Emily the archivist's reaction a little bit more, even accustomed as he was to their beauty. Jacopo leaned back and crossed one immaculate leg over the other. "These are the only remaining 2, signore. And the story of their acquisition va bene," he said, using the Italian expression that meant goes well. He shrugged off a tale of undoubted extremity with an Italian's typical acceptance of opera. "The previous owner of this shop was an immigrant from China. He was an outsider. Venice does not take kindly to outsiders." The man spoke from experience, it sounded. "In what way?" Sam asked. They were outsiders here themselves. "You are not Venetian?" Jacopo shook his head. "I come from Tuscany, Florence. I have worked this shop for over 20 years, and I am only now beginning to see an increase in business. I cannot imagine how it must have been for him." "Where did the pearls come from?" Tom rolled the gems between his fingers. "He never told me. All I know is that he imported them from his father, who had old connections along the Silk Road." "What kind of connections?" "Secret ones, apparently. The man left no records of his contacts or his chain of supply. He told me simply that his father vowed to take the truth about his unique trade with him to the grave." Jacopo spread his hands. "And he did so. He died 25 years ago. I had just arrived in Venice." Sam processed this. Dead end. He glanced at Tom. "That's a shame." He flicked some dust off of his pants. "Do you know where he was buried?" Jacopo smiled, as if Sam's intent were transparent. "I do. He was buried in the catacombs beneath San Michele Island." "I didn't know there were catacombs on San Michele." "Not many people do." Tom leaned back, draining the last of his grappa. "This goldsmith, he was extremely successful, right?" "Si." "And he was rich?" A sardonic eyebrow. "Yes, What are the chances that an extremely rich and successful gold merchant would have been buried with all the other mere mortals in the catacombs? A foreigner? A Chinese? Jacopo's brows rose. He was lucky to be buried at all. Damn. Fortunately, his son loved him very much, and he had powerful connections to the Doges. Jacopo's lips stretched. His son constructed him a grand tomb in the north section, beside the clerical leaders of the day. Sam grinned. That's great. We'll go have a look, see if that can give us any clues. Jacopo shook his head. I'm afraid that's not possible. Sam got the sense that the man was deliberately enjoying the difficulty of their plight. He reminded himself that the Italians had invented opera. What? Why not? Jacopo rolled one of the gold pearls between his elegant fingers meditatively, as if he could see the future shining on its surface. Because that entire area of San Michele, including the catacombs, was completely flooded in 1993. He looked at them with his sharp eyes. Perhaps you have heard, signori? Venice has been sinking ever since. Chapter 58. Island of the Dead, Venice. Sam raced the teak speedboat toward the north of the lagoon. The bow galloped over the waves under the bright sky, heading toward the distant island. Sam trailed his hand in the spray, enjoying the burst of coolness as the spray of their transit splashed his face. On the horizon, the lump of land grew larger. Isola di San Michele is Venice's Island of the Dead. It lies in the lagoon between the Fondamente Nuove and the glass-making island of Murano, as if the furnaces give birth to the dead. Both are equally famous. Indeed, the view of the cemetery from the Fondamente Nuove is one of the most celebrated of Venetian waterscapes, and had inspired artists from Tintoretto to Turner. The little boat bounced over the choppy lagoon, a surprisingly vast amount of water after the tight claustrophobia of the Venetian canals. The severe barracks-like red walls of the Isola di San Michele shone in stark contrast with the simple, elegant, off-white stone of the Renaissance facade of the Church of San Michele and the adjacent Cappella Emiliana. Sam could see why the view had been so inspiring to artists. Approaching the island was like traveling toward something that had materialized out of the lagoon as if by magic. And yet, San Michel's curiously rectangular shape suggested that the island was not a natural creation. According to their guidebook, there had been an island here since well before Napoleon's conquest of the lagoons, but the distance from the city made it ideal for dumping off the dead, especially during Venice's many brushes with the plague. As the dead piled up, San Michele achieved its current form in the 19th century, when the need for more space led to some land reclamation. They docked the boat at the pier right in front of the church, tying its mooring lines tight. The building's simplicity was startling after the grandeur of Santa Marco and some of Venice's more opulently well-known monuments. Sam found it soothing, and yet somehow ominous. St. Michael, Sam knew from his studies, was the angel of death. He remembered one of his priest's descriptions in the hopes to make the liturgy relevant to teenage boys. St. Michael used his scales to pass judgment on who could and could not pass through the pearly gates, like the bouncer of an exclusive Elysian discotheque. Sam couldn't help but grin at the image as they stood in front of the serene facade. He hoped it contained more surprises than a disco. They entered the huge doors and found the place almost deserted, the scent of incense heavy in the air. The church had a nave and 2 aisles, which were almost deserted, their colored marble decorations gleaming in the candlelight. Sam noticed a priest lighting candles on the other side, and approached with Tom, who crossed himself near the font. "Father," Sam smiled. "Buongiorno." The priest noticed the men, his furtive eyes trying to determine where they had come from. "Good morning, my son. How may I be of service?" Tom gestured. "We're looking for a friend of a relative who was buried here at the beginning of last century. How do we get to the northwestern section of the catacombs?" The priest put on a contrite expression. "I'm very sorry, my son, but those grounds are inaccessible." Sam's eyes narrowed. "Inaccessible?" The priest spread his hands. "Alas, yes. This area suffered an earthquake in the 1990s. Venice is ever under siege from some kind or another. The levee, which kept the lagoon out for over a century, finally collapsed. The whole island flooded. The commune did the best they could to clear the water, and over time things improved, but there was no way to reverse the damage to certain parts, and—" he gave a Catholic Italian shrug. "It was God's will, it seems. The souls in the catacombs commune are with the lagoon now." Sam stepped forward. "Our friend mentioned he'd been to see his ancestor recently. If the area is flooded, how is that possible?" The priest waved his hand back and forth, wishing to get rid of them. "It is possible, my son, if their ancestor was buried in the southeast section. If that is the case, then the crypt may still be accessible, after a fashion. The southeast end was constructed on higher ground, and some of it was spared the worst of the flood. Yes, that must be what he meant. You must have misunderstood. If it is in the southeastern section, I will show you." Sam shook his head. "Unfortunately, we need to get to the northeastern section. He specifically mentioned the northeast." The priest fought from rolling his eyes. "Then I'm sorry, but you are out of luck, my children." It was lunchtime and he was hungry, and he asked God's forgiveness for getting rid of them in such a flippant way. "That is, unless you can defy God's plan and breathe underwater." Sam grinned, taking the old man totally by surprise. "As a matter of fact, Father, it just so happens we can." Chapter 59. They descended a series of stairs at the back of the crypt and entered the catacombs. They didn't get far before reaching the flooded section. The dark water threw disturbing light patterns up onto their faces as it swirled below. Sam fought the feeling he was in a cheap horror film and double-checked his equipment. It was always the easy missions that got you into trouble. Sam glanced at Tom. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "That you should have stayed in that hotel room in Ubuntu with Katerina and not dragged her out in the rain." Sam grinned. "But then we'd miss out on all the fun." He triple-checked and saw that despite his complaints, Tom was doing the same. "Remember what he said?" "The northeastern side. Check. Flooded crypt of rich Chinese gold merchant. Somewhere near the middle. Check. If we can even find the middle." Sam held up his waterproof tablet. "That's why we have this baby. The priest gave me a map. Since we're headed under, I photographed it." Tom gave a theatrical, admiring sigh. "Ah, I knew you were useful. Speed boat and equipment rental for 12 hours, €800. Coffee and pastry, €12. Facing certain death with your best friend in pursuit of treasure that will alter the course of history as we know it? Priceless." Sam grinned and pulled down his mask. He gave Tom the good-to-go symbol, and they dropped face first into the dark water. He switched on his flashlight. The beam shot through the blackness, carving its way through his poor visibility.
less than 10 feet at most. The tunnels were tight and murky, with decades of silt and garbage collected in every nook and cranny. Far ahead there was a darker gap, and a lighter one. Sam turned back to Tom and pointed. Tom shooed him on. Sam went on. The flooded catacombs twisted and turned as if to throw off any invasion. Nothing was simple in Venice, it seemed, not even for the dead. Then they hit something unexpected. Dry land. Or close to it, anyway. It seemed they'd either gotten turned around in the tunnels or... Sam checked his map. No, they were on track. They were in the northeastern section as required. The priest hadn't said anything about only the passageway to the catacombs being flooded. Sam had assumed they'd be doing the entire mission underwater. Beside him, Tom was apparently thinking the same thing. Why, the bastard! Thought he'd throw us off by making it harder than it is. Sam laughed. I don't think you're supposed to say that about a priest, are you? Tom crossed himself and looked around uneasily. Sorry, he said to the shadows. Sam understood. Here it was particularly spooky. He pulled off the heaviest of his scuba gear and considered what to do. What do you think? Leave it here? Tom shrugged. It's not like anyone else is going to be coming by to steal it. We'll pick it up on the way back. They tucked the gear behind a crypt, trudged up the mucky slope into the stone ground, and kept walking. The walls of the catacombs closed in tight and musty as a tomb, the dank water splashing over their boots as Sam and Tom slogged across the broken floor. The rough walls scraped their shoulders, making a whistling sound on their wetsuits that made it feel they were being chased by ghosts. Sam consulted his map. Nothing looked familiar, and he had no idea how they were going to find what they'd come to find. True, they'd both pored over the sketch in Churn's journal, but Sam knew, of all things, how much hoping to find something could distort reality. He tripped over a lintel and went sprawling. Tom helped him up, panting. Santini said it was somewhere toward the end. Well, we have to be getting toward the end. Sam dusted himself off. Well, I can't really say he's too reliable so far. In fact, nothing seems to have been... Sam? Sam broke off. Tom was pointing. What about that? Confronted with the tomb, Sam concluded that Churn's grandfather was no artist. But there was a certain similarity in the curve of the lid, and he double-checked. Yes, 2 lions on the face. He squinted. Hopefully he was a better trader than he was an artist. We can't all be good at everything. Sam's excitement fluttered in his breath, and it wasn't just from the exertion. The thrill was always the same. Treasure hunting was one of the most primal instincts known to man. Sam was sure of it. The seeking of something greater than ourselves, whether for its glory or our own, was wired into our DNA. To seek was one of the 7 primal emotions that were concentrated in the ancient subcortical regions of all mammalian brains, the other 6 being rage, fear, lust, care, grief, and play. He grinned at Tom. Come on, let's see what's inside. As they neared, Sam's heart sank, however. The cover, ornately carved with lions and fish and all manner of symbols, must have weighed a ton. Though the lip clearly hung over the base of the tomb, there was no way he and Tom would be able to lift it themselves. He shook his head, feeling like an idiot. I should have known it couldn't be this simple. He cast around his toolkit for the crowbar that he'd brought for that particular purpose. Come on, Tom. Let's see if we can move it an inch. If we go slow, we might be able to... But Tom wasn't paying attention. He was bobbing and weaving around the box.
For a moment, Sam thought he was appreciating the artistry, but Tom wasn't really an art-appreciating kind of guy. He wasn't that subtle. Genevieve constantly teased him about it. Sam shook his head. "Tom, what are you doing?" But Tom grinned, lost in his search. Finally, he stepped back with a sigh. "Aha! Gotcha! Genius!" Sam's eyes narrowed. "Is it?" Tom pushed on the lion's nose. Nothing happened. Sam rolled his eyes. "Tom, come on. It's not going to be that simple." Tom grunted and pressed again. He ran his fingers around the edge of the nose and down into the jaw. Despite himself, Sam settled in to wait. Tom had some of the most sensitive fingers of any man he knew. In fact, his lock-picking skills had gotten them out of more scrapes than he cared to admit. You'd never know it to look at his big form, but Tom possessed some delicacy after all. "Knife," Tom said, without taking his eyes off the nose. Sam passed it over without a word. After 5 minutes of scraping off centuries of mineral deposits, algae, and mud, Tom pressed again. A huge grating noise, and the nose pressed back into the tomb. Sam's jaw dropped, and so did the lion's. A series of mechanical movements later, and Tom was beaming. "Come on," he panted, gesturing to the massive lid as it slid back against their efforts. It was difficult, but not impossible, to pivot it on the midpoint and rest it vertically alongside the tomb. Sam stared. "How the hell did you know that?" Tom grinned. "My grandpa served in Korea. Brought back a whole collection of puzzle boxes from Japan. Used to hide my allowance in them. If I wanted it, I had to figure out how to open them." He shrugged modestly. "I learned a few things." "Nice one. Let's see if we've done our chores." They peered inside together. There was a blackened corpse clutching a leather-bound book. Sam had a closer look, opening the corpse's skeletal hands to extract it. Tom whooped in triumph and picked it up. "Another book!" He held it aloft, and Sam only barely succeeded in stealing it from him before he dropped it in his excitement. "Careful!" he scolded, lifting the tome carefully into the light. "Do you think this one's locked, too?" Tom shrugged. "Try it." Sam gently slid the latch that sealed the leather-bound book. The latch looked like overly bright brass, but on closer inspection was much too heavy. He shined his flashlight at the metal, and it glistened back at him. It was made of gold. He opened the book. Its pages parted easily, as if the occupant had recognized that anyone clever enough to get through the tomb deserved to find what was hidden inside. But whatever was hidden inside was written in Mandarin. Sam flipped through carefully. Beautiful, elegant script, and totally illegible to him. There were too many arbitrary strokes for him to decipher. Somewhere nearby, something sloshed in the water. And the part of Sam's brain not taken up with disappointment was aware once more how vulnerable their position was, not to discovery, but to further flooding. San Michele was an island, and the lagoon, for all that it was protected, was still subject to tides. He'd forgotten to check those before they had dived. Sam flipped some more, refusing to give up. "Damn!" Tom ran his hand through his hair. "I really thought that—" Sam yelled with delight. Tom stubbed his head in shock as the shout echoed in the narrow space. Dimly, Sam wondered if they could hear the shout above ground, but he didn't care. All thought of tides were forgotten, buried in a moment of triumph. For there in the book, in the pages of lines, were lines he recognized. Awkward, like the writing of a child. El Tomb of El Dorado. the Tomb of the Golden Man. Sam beamed. "This is it!" Chapter 60. They smiled at each other like idiots. Tom shook his head. "I have to hand it to Churn. I never thought that old book would pan out." Sam packed the book carefully in a sealed, watertight bag and tucked it in his backpack. "The world is full of surprises. Come on, let's get out of here before the tide shifts and we have to swim the whole way." "I couldn't have said it better myself." Sam and Tom spun. Sam dimly realized that the sound he'd thought was the tide was not the tide at all. 5 men stood crammed in the narrow tunnel, completely blocking the exit. They all wore wetsuits and appeared Italian. The one at the front caught Sam's attention. He was larger than the rest of his men and appeared to be in charge, but that wasn't what drew Sam's attention. It was the handgun the man held, trained on them without wavering. The man smiled. He spoke with an accent that echoed in the dripping tunnel. For a strange second it seemed to Sam that the tomb itself was speaking. "Buongiorno, signore. A strange tourist stop, no? Mr. Sam Reilly." Sam shrugged. "We do have a talent for getting lost." The man gestured with his chin. "And for finding." His voice hardened. "Give me the book." The catacombs were divided into a series of north, south, and east-west running stone passageways. Right now they were at a crossroads. Their attackers, along with their scuba equipment, were to the south of them. If they ran north, they would most likely end up shot in their backs. But east or west, they might have a chance. Sam exchanged a glance with Tom. The two of them had worked together long enough to just about read each other's minds. Their attackers were talking animatedly about the discovery of the book. For a second, Sam thought they were talking about the Chinese manuscript they'd just unearthed. And then Sam realized Tom was holding Churn's old journal. He felt a surge of hope. He lunged and grabbed the book out of Tom's surprised hand. "No way! You can have this book over my dead body." The man grinned. "Suit yourself." The head honcho leveled the gun at him. Sam said, "This journal has been with the caretaker of the colony of Nyea since 1421, when the colony boarded one of Zheng He's treasure ships in search of new farming mountains." The man with the gun said, "So what?" Sam shrugged. "So it's very delicate. If you shoot me and I drop it, the pages might literally implode, making them unable to ever reveal the secret location of the Tomb of El Dorado." Their attacker lowered his handgun, his face filled with distrust and a slight hint of fear. Somehow the thought of losing a treasure that had been quested over for centuries, after getting so close, seemed too much to stomach. "Okay, gently hand over the book." Sam grinned. "Okay, here you go." He immediately flung the damp book into his attacker's face. As Sam expected, his attacker reached for the book, Churn's journal, not the ancient Chinese manuscript, instead of firing his weapon. In that instant, Sam and Tom switched their flashlights off and ran due east. Their reprieve only lasted seconds. Behind them, Sam heard the shouts of his attacker, ordering the men to split up and find them. Tom and Sam moved quickly, fear driving them onward, covering nearly 100 feet in a matter of seconds, before turning away from the main passage into a small alcove designed to support a large marble tomb. They hid behind it. In the distance, someone began taunting them. Come out, wherever you are." Sam waited in silence, cursing himself for not grabbing the crowbar when he had the chance and keeping it for a weapon. Another one said, "All we want is the book. You know, the Chinese manuscript. The one that leads to the Tomb of El Dorado."
More silence. The man searched the alcove 30 feet away from them.
"Right now, Mr. Reilly, you're probably asking yourself, why come out when all we're going to do is kill you once we get the book? Am I right?"
Failing to gain a response, the man continued,
"You see, you're right. We will kill you as soon as we have that book. But the question is about choices. Do you want to die begging to live?"
Sam waited in silence. The stranger continued,
"Or keep the location of the book a secret, and by the time we're finished with you, you will be asking us to let you die. The choice is yours."
Sam dipped down behind the tomb with his back up against the marble. Previous water damage to the high-mounted alcove had caused it to develop a permanent lean downward toward the main passage of the catacomb. In the dim light, he exchanged a glance with Tom, who gave a curt nod with a grin in acknowledgement. They both knew what had to happen. Their attackers continued searching, stopping at each alcove, their flashlight beams flicking off the walls as they continued to hunt. Sam could hear their breathing. They were getting closer. Sam spotted the two men enter the alcove directly opposite the one they were hiding in. The adjacent alcoves were separated by nearly 6 feet of height, most likely representing their owner's wealth, kind of like on a residential street where the high side has the views and the low side didn't. "Now, Tom, now," Sam said. His voice kept low. They both heaved their backs against the marble tomb and pushed. If the ground had been level, it would have been impossible for them to shift the massive tomb, but it wasn't level. The ground was uneven, and the tomb already teetering on a delicate balance, one that Sam and Tom just shifted, sending nearly 2 tons of stone tomb on its downward journey, spurred on by gravity. It began to race toward the alcove below. The two men screamed, but there was nowhere to go. The tomb crashed into them, wedging both men between the marble and the stone wall of alcove, and a permanent fixture of the catacombs. Chapter 61.
Sam shouted, "Quick, let's go!" They bolted down the tunnel, heading farther east until they reached another flooded section. He knew their splashing would give away their location, but there was nothing to do but go forward, unless... He had no idea how familiar these people were with the tunnels. He also had no idea who these people were. But if he could make them think they'd gone on, when in reality they'd gone nowhere... He grabbed up a handful of small stones and threw them down the tunnel. With a little luck, their attackers would hear them and think they'd gone on ahead. He gestured frantically to Tom, and as quietly as they could, they ducked behind a massive tomb, half buried in broken marble. Trying not to pant, he waited, reached out, and grabbed the nearest pieces of broken marble, barely even looking at it. Footsteps passed, shouts. Tom raised his brows, but Sam shook his head. He knew the ruse wouldn't work for long, but it might buy them enough time to take stock of the situation. Sam gripped his weapon and waited. Chapter 62. Sam tried not to breathe in the damp, cold air. He gripped the marble, forcing his fingers not to go numb. Numb fingers didn't fight well. He knew that from experience. Sam cast around for more help and came face to face with a grinning skull. He jerked back in surprise. In shock, he looked down at his weapon and realized that what he was holding was not marble, as he'd thought, but a decaying human femur. Beside him, Tom swung round to see the problem, and his face went blank. Sam shook his head. The whole situation was so outrageous. All he could do was grin back. "Thanks, buddy," he whispered to the skull. "A little help would be great." Footsteps in the tunnel, a passing shadow barely distinguishable in the dim light. Sam gestured. Tom nodded and snuck out of hiding, moving as quickly as he dared. When he was sure to get the man's attention, he did the most outrageous pratfall Sam had ever seen. But it was effective. Their attacker spun around. He raised his gun, charging after Tom, as Tom struggled in the rising water to get to his feet. Their attacker grinned, aimed, and Sam smashed him across the back with a skeleton. The man gave a shout, a grunt, and went sprawling. The handgun went flying. Tom, no sign of slipping, now grabbed it. A Tanfoglio T95 Italian 10mm automatic. Beautiful gun. Sam barely even saw his finger move, just registered the sound of the shot without even hearing it, felt it in his gut, a known fact as he'd felt it so many times before, and the man's face returned to the water, and the water ran red. The Tanfoglio made a very small hole. Now the entrance wound, too, started to bleed, the red and opulent burgundy in the dark. Sam flexed his fingers. Nice. It wasn't the leader. He's still... Footsteps raced up the tunnel. Out there. They squared their shoulders, Tom with his gun, Sam with his femur. He felt ridiculous with the weapon, but it was lighter than the crowbar and easier to wield in the tight space. The men, including the leader, swung around into view. When he saw Sam's weapon, he started to laugh. He said something in rapid-fire Italian and, without warning, opened fire. Tom fired back as they ducked for cover. They exchanged a few volleys, dangerous in the narrow tunnels. The man's eyes narrowed with renewed and wary respect. He barked something again, brandished the journal, grinned at Sam, and disappeared down the tunnel. Sam and Tom looked at each other. If they go for the gear, we're done for. Way ahead of you. You still have that... Sam brandished the map, his tablet glowing in the dark tunnel. Right here. Come on. They thundered back down the corridor, stealth be damned. Now there was no question. The tide was rising, and Sam had no desire to be trapped in flooding tight spaces. Again. Tom skidded to a stop outside a tomb, but Sam raced by. Not that one. Tom shook his head, fury on his face. I recognize the carvings. This is where we left the gear. He spread his hands. And this is what we get. A half-burned cigarette taunted them from the ground. The gear was gone. Sam swore. Then he swore some more and kicked at the unyielding stone. Bastards! He spun on Tom. Why didn't you stop them? Tom threw up his hands, a half-grin plastered across his face. With what? The fight was forestalled by a massive explosion that felt like it was no more than 2 feet away. Sam and Tom ducked reflexively, showered by water and slimy stone. When the smoke cleared, they were confronted with a terrible sight. The tunnel back to the church and to the surface was totally blocked. Life, he knew, was made in split-second decisions. Civilians often have the luxury of forgetting such a simple truth. Sam glanced around, then zeroed in. The water up ahead was a steady stream, and growing, flowing fast. He grabbed Tom's sleeve and beckoned. There, let's go. Tom shook his sleeve free. You want to get us drowned? Sam shoved him, gesturing again. He hurled his finger at the flowing water. That water isn't stagnant. It's flowing. That means that water reaches the outside of the catacombs. You want to stay here and keep our skeleton friends company by all means, but I'm getting out. Tom shook himself into action, then settled himself. Okay. They sloshed forward, through broken marble and the rising water. The tomb occupants floated now, their light bones buoyed up by the sea. The dead watched their progress as Sam hit the dead end. He shook his head, gasping. No good. He consulted his tablet and his map. The glow lit the space with an eerie blue light, but his position was clear. We'll have to backtrack. Voices echoed in the tunnel behind them. "Someone's coming," Tom warned. Sam switched off the tablet, and the eerie glow disappeared. He took shallow, quiet breaths, wondering whether or not he'd been seen. A second later, a shot fired. Tom flinched away as the shot hit the wall where his shoulder had been seconds before. He threw out his arm to halt Tom as the ancient stone, weathered from centuries of damp and rot, crumbled with a muted roar, unable to withstand the modern impact. They stood panting in the dust, deafened by the collapse. A shot whizzed by again, and Sam clutched instinctively at his stomach where the artifact pressed tight into his bone. Tom spun, fear in his eyes. "You okay?" Sam shook his head. "Not hit. Come on." The catacombs passed in a blur. At every turn it seemed they hit dead ends. Hollow openings in the bony skulls of previous occupants watched them from the walls, slimy with mold and algae from their damp grave. The low light of Sam's flashlight gleamed on the algae, making them seem alive. Sam didn't spook easily, but if he let himself think of where they were, the weight of the stone above them made it hard to breathe. He shackled his focus to the present and let all other distractions go. They came to a fork in the path and stalled, panting. Sam frantically checked his tablet. The screen flickered, but the image shone. It was enough. Left, right, straight, then left again. Sam fixed the route in his mind and pocketed the slim tablet. In the uncertain terrain, it was possible they could lose the pursuit. He pushed the thought that their attackers knew more about these catacombs than he did out of his mind. "Come on," he said to Tom, ducking into a narrow path and dropping into water up to his thighs. "Almost there." "Whatever you say." Tom fired a wild shot behind them, more as a scare tactic than any real threat, and the red light glowed hellishly on the damp stone. Shouts of pain echoed in the narrow walls, indecipherable anger. The water was up to Sam's waist now, and it was like wading through half-set concrete. Sam felt the panic of the dead, and the depth underground closing in around him. His lungs burned, and he longed for fresh air. He thought of their recent experiences in Claustral Canyon. No one knew they were under here except that priest. "We have to be getting close," Tom gasped behind him. "You still got it?" Sam checked the book again, tight against his belt. Safe. "Got it." Step one accomplished, but they weren't out yet. A shot sent a fountain of water blasting up by their knees. Sam pushed on harder, praying that their pursuers were having as hard a time as they were seeing in the dark. Behind him, Tom gave a grunt of pain, and Sam spun. "You hit?" Tom shook his head, wincing. "Stubbed my toe." Sam had no way of knowing if he was telling the truth. In this dim light, water and blood looked the same. He pulled Tom in front of him by the slick, skin-tight arm of his dive suit. If his friend was going to collapse, he wanted to know when it happened. Tom resisted. More shots spattered water behind them like killer rain. They were all packing weapons. Their eyes met. His lungs burned, and his legs turned to pillars of heavy fire. Sam pushed away the possibility of death. Focus on the moment at hand. Keep Tom in sight. Keep the book safe. If the people behind them got possession, well, a little pain in his legs would be the least of his problems. 30 feet. 20 feet. A hard right and a struggle over a pile of rock. And a dead end. The tunnel was completely closed. A nearby crevice was open, though, and Sam had to make a choice. "Call it," Tom swore with the fluency of military background and life at sea combined. "Tunnel," Sam panted. Now. They didn't have the firepower for a standoff, and stray bullets were deadly in such tight space. Panic flared briefly in Tom's eyes. "We stick to the map. If this tunnel doubles back..." He started pulling down rocks from the blocked passageway, wasting precious seconds. Sam recognized the symptoms of a fear that could swamp you under and take you down. He'd seen it happen to the best of them. He grabbed Tom's shoulders and shook him hard. His friend's eyes flew open and he coughed. "Tunnel. Trust me." Tom wrestled away the panic and pushed it down hard. Then he nodded and pushed his big form through the tight crevice. Sam followed, praying he was right. 20 feet. 10 feet. Ahead of them, the water deepened. Sam hoped this was a good sign. The underground entrance had seemed a blessing, a way to prevent outside intrusion. Now it had become a death trap. As Sam barreled through the catacombs, he hoped their mission wasn't going to make them permanent residents. They pushed on toward the lighter dark of the exit. Tom was panting, stumbling. Sam hoped it was the exertion, not something more sinister. There wasn't time to check. Their rough breathing echoed harsh against the walls. His heartbeat blasted loudly through his consciousness, drowning out pursuit. Sam moved, completely focused. Without warning, they stepped off the edge of the world. Sam was forced out of his spinning thoughts to see Tom pointing. In the distance, another wall of rock that Sam had missed in his panic, and in it, another crack. They could make it out if they were quick. And on the other side, the Venetian lagoon. They were both strong swimmers, but they had no gear. Could they make the 300 yards to the surface? Could they make it if the bullets came? A shout behind them made him spin. There were 4 of them in black coats, the picture of menace. He and Tom couldn't hold off 5. Guns raised. Sam and Tom looked at each other. The question was, do they stay above water and be targets, but have a sight line to their possible salvation? Or dive and be faster, but have no idea when bullets rained from above, wasting precious oxygen for God knew what was waiting on the other side? Another burst of shot hammered the tomb next to them. Tom gave Sam a curt nod. They dived. They entered the church at a squelching run into the tranquil scent of frankincense and the flickering candlelight. Stray tourists and worshippers were just settling in for the evening mass. Out of the corner of his eye, Sam saw the same priest was preparing to give the homily. He spread his arms, the light gleaming on the gold stitching, then stared as Tom and Sam raced up the nave, covered in mud and dripping the sludgy lagoon. It was, after all, the shortest distance to the pier. The priest gaped. "How did you get here?" "Thank you, Father," Sam shouted as he raced by, ignoring the stares and the whispers of those seated in the pews. "Your directions were most illuminating." They pushed out into the spectacular Venetian sunset, and the doors of San Michele, Church of the Island of the Dead, swung closed behind them. The priest gawked after them as the shock of the doors echoed with finality. He cast his gaze heavenward and said a prayer. His candle trembled in his hand. Chapter 63. The water taxi skipped across the Venetian lagoon. "Let's recap," Sam said, holding up one finger, glancing at their attentive driver, and kept his voice low. "We've just been attacked." He held up another finger. "We don't know by whom, but we know they wanted us dead." Sam tossed his whole hand out in what was unmistakably an Italian gesture. And all that after following the advice of a priest. Hell. Venice is the city of love and luck. "I guess those guys and the gods don't want us to get what we're after," Tom observed. He held out his hand, and Sam surreptitiously slid the book they'd uncovered in the Chinese tomb into his friend's palm. Tom turned it over with his long and muscular fingers. The leather journal looked minuscule in his hands. Any idea who they might be? Sam scrubbed his face.
Beats me. You have any theories?
Tom glanced at the cabbie, then away. They looked Italian, right? Maybe the mafia? Even with all the insanity that they had experienced, Sam couldn't help but laugh.
The mafia? What the hell would the mafia want from us? The 200 soaking wet dollars in my bag?
What about more than that? Sam snorted.
If you've got more than that, you've been holding out on me. Oh.
His waterlogged brain started to work.
You feel it might be related to the poster we found back in China. The one with the...
He dropped his voice. $1 million offering to find the Naya Chia? You mean the $10 million offering? And yeah, it might. Anyone with enough money to offer a fortune that big probably has the means to send killers after us for whatever reason they want.
Right.
The two men subsided into themselves, and the ride was quiet for some expanse of time, as they enjoyed the open-air view out of their respective windows. Sam looked out at mazes of canals and gondolas, while Tom saw modern fashion storefronts adapted into 17th century Renaissance-era structures. A cell phone ring broke the silence in unceremonious fashion, startling Sam. He was set to be jumpy for any damned thing by now. A man said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Reilly." Sam recognized the voice of the Naya Chia caretaker.
Ramirez?
Beside him, Tom's brows rose. Sam shrugged, as his memory supplied information of his last memory of the caretaker and the quest to find the Naya Chia. It felt like months ago they'd parted ways in Colombia instead of just over a week.
I'm sorry to have been so out of touch. I haven't forgotten entirely about you. It's just that well, it's been a busy past few days and service has been slim.
Sam felt a twinge of guilt, even so. Ramirez was the reason they were here in the first place. The urgency of it all returned with a vengeance. I should have updated you on everything somehow. Ramirez chuckled on the phone. Please, no offense taken. You are doing the work that I've begged you to do. Please do not apologize for how you are doing it. Besides, I am somewhat at fault. I'm not even calling you from the phone number I gave you for safety reasons. It seemed he wasn't the only one having a rough week.
I see.
Speaking of safety, Ramirez's voice turned concerned. I heard you got attacked. I hope you and Tom are all right. Sam was momentarily surprised, but maintained his composure. The man was wealthy. Who knew what means Ramirez had at his disposal to keep them safe? He had to know nearly everything about anything happening to keep them safe. Sam cocked a brow at Tom and grinned. News travels fast. Wish I had your sources.
I couldn't agree with you more. We could have saved ourselves some grief. How did you hear of it?
Ramirez's voice dismissed his worry. I have connections everywhere. My eyes and ears in the jungle, even the flooded lagoons of Venice. A couple of my associates called me after hearing of some gunfire in Venice. 2 men attacked in a church, on the hunt for something, fired on by 2 of the shadow men. Sam blinked.
2 of the what?
Tom sat up in interest.
Wait, you know who they are?
Ramirez paused momentarily. Just a little. They tend to get in the way of caretakers and anything related to the Naya Chia. They've been doing everything to get their hands on the golden treasure the creatures produce for centuries. Over the years, we've become acquainted. Sam shook his head.
They didn't give us the most friendly greetings.
The voice on the other end took an unexpectedly somber edge. It won't be happening any longer.
Why? What's happened?
The last Naya Chia has died. They both said nothing, for a good 10 seconds. Tom gestured, demanding to know what was being said. Sam waved him down as Ramirez cleared his throat and spoke again. You see, they're incredibly social creatures. They need to be with their own kind, their colony, to survive. I thought that my company would be enough. I stayed with him as much as possible. It had been 10 years, but it wasn't enough. Sam waited through the obvious emotion in the other man's voice. It wasn't enough. I failed. If we don't find the main colony, they'll go extinct. The man's voice turned brisk. How far away from the airport are you? Sam glanced at Tom. How did you... I heard the planes take off in your phone. They have a very distinct flight pattern. Sam's brows rose as he reassessed exactly who the hell this Ramirez was. There wasn't much to do about it now. Sam glanced up at a rapidly passing sign on the freeway. 3 miles, almost there. Why'd you ask? We're running out of time. It's time to leave the jungle. After all, there's not much reason to stay anymore. I've chartered a private jet to get you wherever you need. I'm in the air on it right now, and I'll be down at the Venezia Marco Polo in 1 hour. Sam's expression must have betrayed his shock because Tom stared expectantly at him. Sam mouthed, private jet, at him. He seemed to get the idea. His big brows rose. Sam turned his attention back to the phone. Ramirez was speaking again. Sam asked, I'm sorry, what was that? I said some of my associates in the Chinese market informed me you were looking for some extensive translation. A friend of mine is fluent in many dialects of Chinese. I've brought him along, should you require his assistance. At this point, Sam didn't even question where Ramirez got his information. He was just glad the caretaker was getting them what they absolutely needed. That's perfect. Thank you very much. Ramirez's voice smiled over the phone. I'll do whatever it takes to find the colony, Mr. Reilly. These creatures cannot be allowed to go extinct on my watch. The water taxi pulled up along the closest jetty to the Venice Marco Polo Airport, just as Sam hung up the phone. Is everything okay, signore? Sam leaned forward, breaching the screen. Please take us to the other end, he said. Our plans have changed. The taxi swung up next to a small private jet. Sam peered out the window, already shouldering his backpack. He pressed a €50 bill into the man's hand as he and Tom exited, already looking toward the plane. The sooner they got out of Venice, the better, as far as Sam was concerned. The caretaker looked exactly the same as Sam remembered him in El Dorado. He was maybe even wearing the same muted linen clothes. The man extended a hand as Sam skipped up the steel steps, Tom clunking behind him. Sam shook the weathered grip. Mr. Reilly, a pleasure to see you again, he said, with infinite sophistication and delicacy, at odds with the roar of the plane, which looked ready for takeoff. Sam shook his head. I just wish it were in better circumstances, he shouted. Ramirez made a Gallic gesture and escorted them into the fuselage. The door closed behind them, encasing them in blessed silence. The interior of the plane was elegant, with no frills, much like the caretaker himself. The first thing Sam noticed, apart from the bottles adorning the leather tables, was the small Chinese man, impeccably dressed, who sat at the bolted sidebar. He smiled, a perfunctory greeting, as Sam slung down his backpack. A steward hurried to take it, but Sam waved him down. I'd prefer to keep it with me, thanks. The steward backed off with an apologetic murmur. I'll be up front should you require anything else, sir. Ramirez nodded graciously and said something in Spanish. The steward retreated behind the partition that blocked the cockpit. Sam's brows rose. Ramirez smiled, seeing it. Andrews is also the pilot. Pays to keep the crew light, I found. He'll take us anywhere we want to go. Tom hooked his thumbs in his belt in appreciation. You've thought of everything. I hope so. Ramirez gestured to the Chinese man. Gentlemen, this is Alex, my translator. He's been a friend of many years and is well versed in a number of Chinese dialects. I do hope you'll forgive the liberties, but I've brought some supplies that should help us as well. Sam eyed the bottle of wine. Well, it's a little early in the day for a glass, normally, but after the day we've had, I won't say no. Ramirez laughed. Please, you're more than welcome. He opened the wine with an expert hand. But I was referring to more scientific pieces. LiDAR, sonar, and ground-penetrating radar. He shrugged at their surprise. We have no time to waste. If Alex can help us find the location, there was no use in not being prepared. Sam accepted the glass the caretaker handed him with a smile. I'll drink to that. They sat around the table, and the bottle was almost gone, along with a tray of meat and cheese, by the time Alex leaned back. You're sure? Ramirez asked, piercing. We can't afford to be wrong. I'm sure, and I'm not wrong. He tapped the journal. It's labeled here clearly, The Tomb of the Golden Man. He quirked his lips. From all you've told me, it doesn't get much clearer than that. Sam set his glass aside carefully. That sounds like the place, all right. Does it say where it is? The translator nodded. It does, Mr. Reilly. The Tomb of the Golden Man is hidden in the Yellow Dragon Cave. Tom grinned. Great! He glanced around at them all. Any idea where that is? The translator tilted the book, as if it contained more secrets. I've never been there myself, but I know the location well. Yellow Dragon Cave is buried beneath the Zhangjiajie National Forest Park. Although they tried to hide their incomprehension of the tongue-twisting language, Alex translated anyway, with just a trace of smugness. Most people have heard of this park, only they don't know what they have. Sam pursed his lips. Where? Alex grinned. Most Westerners know it as the Floating Mountains of China. Chapter 64. Zhangjiajie, China. At Beijing Capital International Airport, the Learjet was traded for a more robust AG-600 amphibious aircraft, known as a monstrous flying dragon. The plane was Chinese-built and amphibious. When Tom had expressed disbelief at the caliber of the transportation, the caretaker had explained that he wanted the ability to land on the various rivers within the Chinese jungles nearby Zhangjiajie, if necessary. Tom couldn't agree more. In his experience, more preparation for jungle excursions was always better than less. The aircraft had a single-body flying boat fuselage, high wings that had been cantilevered in addition to 4 WJ-6 turbo propellers, complete with tricycle, retractable landing gear, totally stable. Despite its mammoth size, the aircraft was capable of landing in just 8 feet of water. It had been designed to conduct Sea State 3 operations with 10 feet tall waves, but was mostly developed for aerial firefighting, able to collect 26,000 pounds of water in 20 seconds, and transporting up to 820,000 pounds of water on a single tank of fuel. As for search and rescue, it held the capacity to retrieve up to 50 people lost at sea. She was a beauty, Tom thought, as the twin propellers churned the air into fluid silver storms while he peered out the window. He grinned. He loved new toys. The AG-600 had ample space to spread out, and he and Sam had been making good use of it, poring over topographical maps of the area since they'd taken off from the private hangar in Beijing. The Zhangjiajie National Park covered 18.5 square miles, and although Tom didn't distrust the translator's assessment, the past few weeks had taught him to do his own homework. Plus, even if the translator was right, the Yellow Dragon Cave was massive. Tom had no desire to get lost again. According to the dossier on the cave, it covered 120 acres, almost 9.5 miles in length, with 4 levels, divided into dry and wet sections, 13 chambers, 3 underground waterfalls, 2 underground rivers, 3 pools, 96 passages, and if that wasn't enough for them to sift through, an underground lake. According to the guidebook, the largest chamber in the cave covered an acre, and the tallest waterfall fell 150 feet. The guided tour through the cave lasts about 2 hours, and includes a boat ride down one of the underground rivers. That's about how long they'd been flying from Beijing, Tom reflected, and based on the maps, the information from the Chinese government pertaining to the caves, and what he hoped would be corroboration from the sonar equipment, they'd worked out that the Tomb of El Dorado was buried somewhere within a series of unsearched passageways at the back of the Yellow Dragon Cave, in an underground labyrinth potentially accessible through a large sinkhole in the karst mountain behind the cave. That was the theory, anyway. He tapped the paper. "You're sure?" Sam shrugged. "Sure as I can be from the air, I guess." He gestured out the window. "Looks like we'll get to test it soon." Tom slid to the window and peered out. He'd seen some pretty incredible sights in his life, but this one took his breath without asking and refused to give it back. Giant sandstone pinnacles rose skyward from the valley floor, taller than skyscrapers, with tufts of evergreen shrubs clinching to their narrow summits. Tom recognized them from Chinese paintings. They must have seemed like deposits from the gods to the ancient inhabitants. In reality, the huge pillars were the result of centuries of erosion from expanding ice in the winter, and the plants that grow on them, the erosion carried away by mountain streams. His eyes drifted to the south, where he spotted Moon Hill, a natural arch a few miles outside Yangshuo, in southern China's Guangxi Autonomous Region. It was named so for its wide semicircular hole through the hill, and all that remains of what was once a limestone cave formed in the phreatic zone. Like most formations in the region, it was karst. A single rock climber dangled from a rope some 60 feet off the ceiling of the arch. This magnificent nature always made Tom reconsider life. In doing so, in the distance, he spotted something mechanical, out of sorts in the rich nature. What the... Ah. Tom remembered reading about this, but it was quite something to see it in person. The bay-long elevator looked like it had come straight from Gustav Eiffel's notebook, oddly futuristic in a non-futuristic setting. Built in 2002, it could rocket 50 travelers at a time to the best panoramas in the park in less than 2 minutes. Tom pressed a hand to the glass. Unlike his friend Sam, Tom had a natural love of heights. If they lived through this, he thought, without getting shot, lost, or otherwise incapacitated, he was treating himself to a ride. He wanted to be at the front of the long queue when the doors opened, to stand against the car's glass walls, to get an unobstructed view as he shot up 390 feet from the valley floor. He grinned. Maybe he could get Genevieve to come. The plane banked, and he glimpsed steps carved into solid rock. He pressed close to the glass. "Is that what I think it is?" The translator saw him looking and smiled. Their people call it the Sky Ladder, and it kept them safe for centuries. Then in the 70s, the village elders decided to break down. They carved the road with nothing but hand tools and 13 men. It took them 5 years, and now it's a tourist attraction. Tom leaned in for a closer look. That's incredible. That's the Chinese. It's all tunnels through solid rock and leveled cliff face for the entire length of a mile. His lips quirked. They even made it wide enough for tourist buses. Once you get to the village, it's entirely made of stone. It's beautiful and harsh. The canyon below is narrow and deep, and you can see the layers of colored rock. For some time, even after the road was built, it remained a secret, difficult to get to. But then the government realized it could turn a profit, and the village is getting famous. There are hotels now and restaurants. A few years ago, the villagers fought back, claiming the government had swindled them. Now it's stuck in limbo. He waved his hand at the breathtaking scenery, the distant metropolis. China! The plane moved past, and they left the village behind as if it didn't exist. They swooped over it into the mountainous jungle behind, past the gallery of watermills that marked the entrance to the Yellow Dragon Cave. Tom looked at the translator in confusion. Wasn't that the entrance? The translator shrugged. It's impossible to land here. We're aiming for a river on top of the mountain. Okay, nice. Between the trees, a snaking thread of silver shot into existence and the plane zeroed in. Tom thought they'd never make it through the tall canopy and flinched as the branches seemed to scrape the very fuselage. He'd been shot down in the Middle East once, and he had no desire to use what he'd learned. But the plane lived up to her specs, and they hit the river with a triumphant splash, as precise as an Olympic diver off the board. Tom leaned back, impressed. Whoever manned this bird knew how to handle her, that was sure. He collected his bag. They emerged into the morning. Tom squinted. It looked like they were to the north of the Zhangjiajie Mountains. That would put them at... He glanced at Sam as the man tied up the plane and pushed a Zodiac into the river. Going in by the back door? Sam shouldered his backpack. Looks like it. From what the translator says, there's a sinkhole in the back that's been roped off by the park system as being too dangerous. But it drops you directly into the back of the cave system. Tom narrowed his brows. Too dangerous, eh? He watched the amiable translator rattle off instructions in Chinese with a smile to their small army of workers. Bills changed hands and were stashed so fast you had to be looking to see them. Tom was looking. He folded his arms. I wonder how he knows about it. Chapter 65. Sam lugged his bag on his shoulder, as did the rest of their party. It was the waterproof one, the one he brought everywhere, and it contained, apart from the journal that Alex had translated on the plane, a digital version of Chern Eng's grandfather's journal. Now, Sam wasn't taking any chances. They needed all the information they could get. He wiped his brow and surveyed the caravan hiking to the mouth of the sinkhole. Apparently, the translator was more than just a translator. He had connections. Within minutes of their arrival, a dozen locals had materialized out of the jungle to help transport their dive equipment, radar, and underground sonar. There was very little as humbling and inspiring as Asian efficiency. He said as much to Alex as they trekked toward the entrance to the cave. The translator smiled. We'll need all the help we can get, Mr. Reilly. He pointed to a narrow jungle path that disappeared up the mountain. If we're going to reach that. He was right. Sam was stuck with sweat and covered with bugs by the time they reached the sinkhole. From here, they had an equal view of sky and canopy, and his legs burned. They took a welcome break as the locals unpacked their equipment at the edge of the raging river. They had to shout to be heard over the roar of the water, and Sam guessed that anything they said couldn't be heard even 10 yards away. It was probably the only place possible they could shout at will on a top-secret mission. Sam stopped at the sinkhole. It was roughly 10 feet wide, and so deep that he couldn't see where the fall ended. The whole area was surrounded by a thick canopy of jungle that somehow reminded him of Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, in which the Tirona had once inhabited and built the now lost city of El Dorado. On the opposite side of the sinkhole, there was a short cliff that rounded a fast-flowing river. Tom approached. He jerked his chin at the unloading frenzy, then at the sinkhole. "Looks like they've got everything except the scales." Sam blinked. "Scales? We go in there and we find the tomb. You do realize that all these Naiachia have been living there for centuries. There's been no mass influx of golden pearls on the market, and I can't imagine anyone transporting them down this mountain just for kicks." He shrugged. "This whole place is going to be filled with centuries of golden vomit. Thought they might want to weigh it." Sam stalled for a moment. Then he grinned. "I wonder if it has to solidify into the pearl, or if it comes up fully formed," he said, wrapping the cord to repel in around his waist. "You know, like a hairball. We should ask Ramirez." He looked around for the caretaker, but didn't see him. Over the course of the next half an hour, they set up a rappelling tripod over the sinkhole that could be used to abseil from, or haul heavy equipment, or gold back from the depths of the ancient cave system. Tom was on the opposite side of the sinkhole, finalizing a secondary set of rigging ropes and knots as a set of redundancies in case the first system failed. Sam tightened his backpack, making sure it was well secured, and gripped the rope before gesturing to the massive sinkhole. "Looks like it's now or never." Ramirez stepped into the small clearing and grinned, holding a Glock level with him. "I couldn't have said it better myself." Sam swallowed hard, realizing he'd been betrayed. And behind Ramirez, a ghost appeared. Ramirez watched Sam's eyes dart toward the new arrival. His lips twisted maliciously with pleasure. "Ah, I see that you have met my associate, Chern Eng." Chapter 66. Sam glanced at Chern Eng. The man wore a malevolent grin. Sam turned his palm skyward. His eyes narrowed, locking with Chern's. "You faked your death, didn't you?" "Guilty as charged," Chern replied. None of it made any sense to Sam. "Why?" Chern shrugged. "Because I never would have survived the investigation by the Australian police once we reached the surface. The gold would have been confiscated, and more important yet, a formal investigation into the Tomb of El Dorado would have commenced, and that we couldn't have." Tom said, "But we saw you disappear into the river. No one could have survived that." Chern nodded, and his lips parted in a wry grin. "I was carrying a pony bottle." Sam said, "Thus, you stayed underwater until we presumed you were dead, and continued to the surface." Ramirez fixed his Glock at Sam and said, Yes, whereupon you followed the old journal, the one Chern was carrying, to China and then to Venice, before finally leading us to the Tomb of El Dorado." Sam grinned. "Hey, we haven't found it yet." "But we will. We no longer need you, Mr. Reilly," Ramirez said. "Goodbye, Mr. Reilly." Tom waved his arms, crisscrossing his hands. "Wait, you still need us." Ramirez turned the barrel of his Glock toward Tom. Even at the far end of the sinkhole, it was an easy shot to take. His eyes narrowed,
He licked his lips, paused, and bit his lower lip, as though considering the inconvenience of being drawn into what was most likely an attempt to stall their deaths. Doubt was plastered across his face. He spoke slowly, with the sound of finality only someone holding the handgun could muster. "Tell me, why do I need you still?" Sam grinned. "Because the tomb itself is locked." Ramirez studied his face, trying to determine whether or not to shoot them both dead. "Then I unlock it." Sam crossed his arms and made a winning smile. "I doubt it. The tomb has a coded trap, designed to cause the entire cavern in which it's housed to collapse, burying it permanently in a tomb of rubble that will take decades to reach." Ramirez met his eye. "Or you might just be lying in an attempt to stop us killing you." Sam shrugged. "It's a possibility, but are you willing to risk it?" "Churn," Ramirez said to his strongman. "Bring him here." Churn nodded, opened up a flick knife, and bared his teeth maliciously. "My pleasure, Ramirez." "Don't kill him," Ramirez warned. "We're going to need him alive if he just happens to be telling the truth." Churn switched the knife so the blade pointed backward, opening the blade to slice. "I'm sure I can keep him alive. Not very well, and very uncomfortable, but alive." Sam gripped the rope with one hand and braced for his attacker. Churn moved forward slowly, his lips parted in a curious grin. His eyes traced Sam's projected movements to the other side of the sinkhole. "Where do you think you're going to go?" "Who knows? But I don't think I'll be going with you," Sam replied. "I just don't like your attitude." "That's okay. You don't have to like my—" Churn never finished his sentence. He lunged and sliced at Sam's chest. Sam shifted his position to the left, and the blade skimmed the side of his left arm. Adrenaline surged, his heart raced, and he knew that Churn meant it when he said Sam was going to be very uncomfortable by the time he finished with him. Churn stepped back, his blade held out in front of him, his eyes greedily searching for the best location to place his next strike. Sam gripped the rope in his hands, slowly pulling in a small bite or coil in the rope. Churn studied him and then lunged. Sam shifted his weight forward, leaning in toward the knife attack in a move that defied logic and startled Churn. Churn, afraid that he might mortally wound Sam in the process, turned his wrist so that the angle of the knife no longer aimed at Sam's gut. With his other hand, Churn tried to lock onto Sam's throat, while sending a small barrage of punches into Sam's solar plexus. It drove all the air out of his lungs, winding him as the muscles of his diaphragm spasmed. Locked together, like a pair of boxers awaiting their opponent's next move, Sam dropped the hangman's knot that he'd been forming over Churn's neck and pulled it tight. Churn's eyes went wide. An instant later, Sam pushed back, dragging Churn with him as he swung across the sinkhole. The hangman's knot was roughly 3 feet lower than where Sam had gripped on the rope, meaning that Churn fell farther down the hole before the noose took his weight with a sickening crunch sound. With Churn's weight below him, Sam failed to reach the other side, instead swinging back toward the middle of the sinkhole where, like a pendulum, he finally lost momentum and now dangled dangerously above a seemingly endless abyss. Despite the crunching sound, the fall hadn't killed Churn. The knot restricted his breathing, and he dropped his knife, his fingers grabbing at the rope around his neck in a violent attempt to remove the constriction to his throat. Sam kicked at him, ramming his knees into the man's head, but still the man kept fighting. Built of solid muscle, he seemed immune to the volley of collisions his head was taking. In the background, Ramirez was laughing like a school bully at a playground fight. Tom gripped his dive knife, helplessly unable to provide any assistance. To Sam's horror, Churn began to climb the rope. Tom shouted, "Sam, take this!" Sam glanced toward Tom, who threw his dive knife toward him. He caught it, and in one quick movement severed the taut rope below him. Churn screamed in abject terror all the way down, until the screams turned to silence. Chapter 67. Free of his dead weight, Sam swung the rope like a child on a swing until he got close enough for Tom to pull him across. Standing on the opposite side of the sinkhole, away from Ramirez and his goons, Sam searched frantically for his next move. Ramirez still laughed. "Thank you, Mr. Reilly. Because of you, it now appears that I no longer have to share the fortune from the Tomb of El Dorado with Churn." Sam and Tom backed away right to the ledge of the cliff. Sam's eyes flicked between the raging rapids far below and Ramirez. When Ramirez stopped laughing, Sam said, "Now what? Are you going to send another one of your thugs to try and bring us in?" Ramirez shrugged. "No, I think I'm going to take the gamble that you're lying. And about the Tomb of El Dorado." Tom said, "So you get us to do your dirty work, and then you off us in the jungle, is that it? I hate to break it to you, but that's the oldest story in the book." "There's a reason old stories persist, Mr. Bauer. You taught me that." Ramirez raised the gun again. "Because they're true." Sam's eyes darted toward the fast-moving whitewater rapids far below. He and Tom exchanged a glance. Ramirez shrugged. "If you'd prefer to die that way, be my guest." Sam's eyes darted between Tom and Ramirez. Tom made the slightest of nods. 2 of Ramirez's goons were trying to circle around the sinkhole to reach them. A second later, Ramirez fired a shot. It went wide, missing them by inches. And Sam and Tom jumped. Chapter 68. Sam swung his arms the whole way down. His feet hit the water, and he plunged deep into the shallow river, striking the rocky ground below with jarring force. Despite the pain in his ankles, he pushed off the ground, kicking hard until his head reached the surface. He gasped for air. The fast-flowing current swept him downstream immediately, his eyes scanning the surface for signs of Tom. Tom popped up a second later, taking a breath as casually as he would going on a recreational snorkel. "You okay, Sam?" Sam's ankles were tender but undamaged. "Yeah, you?" "Never better." He turned his gaze downriver, trying to work out where they were headed. "Tom, I don't suppose you noticed where this river's going to spit us out." Tom opened his mouth to reply, but he didn't get to speak. Instead, the water next to him suddenly erupted with the onslaught of bullets raking its surface, sending a spray high into the air. Sam ducked underwater, letting the current whisk him downriver, and trying his best to protect his head from being smashed on any number of submerged boulders that lined the riverbed. He dropped down the small chute of a waterfall, plunging into the deep water of the punch bowl below. He stayed underwater until his lungs burned, and then he waited longer before eventually being forced to surface. His head broached the surface, and he took a couple deep breaths, turning around and trying to orient himself to the cliff where Ramirez and his goons were trying to take shots at them. Discombobulated, he squinted his eyes, but couldn't even see where they had entered the water. The movement of the water tugged at him and pulled him down the next section of rapids. "Tom!" he shouted, grabbing onto a boulder to avoid being swept downstream. He looked around wildly, clearing spray from his eyes, only to see the back of Tom's head bobbing farther downstream. All he got was a hand above the surface, and then the hand disappeared. Sam had no way of knowing if Tom was all right or not, but he was downriver, and that was enough. Sam let go of his boulder and was immediately swept along by the raging flood.
Floating, buffeted into unseen stones hard enough to bruise and too numb to know if he'd broken anything, Sam fought to keep his head above the surface. His injured leg had barely had time to heal, and he kicked with it in agony as he fought to ride the current that was dragging them toward nothingness. Nothingness in a river was never good. He risked a glance backward and saw Ramirez and his goons fast shrinking along the shore far behind them. At the moment they were no threat. Sam turned his attention to more important matters, like the churning precipice of the lethal waterfall that was fast approaching. The waterfall had looked so picturesque from the air. It had also looked huge. It looked infinitely larger up close. Tom shouted, "Sam!" Sam twisted at the shout to see Tom clinging to a massive fallen tree branch wedged between some boulders just near the edge through the mad swirl of eddying river and sky. Sam felt a surge of hope. Sam forced himself into surrender. He sensed the current and assessed the flow hurtling toward him. At the right moment, praying he was right, he let go. The current swept him like a battering ram straight into Tom's outstretched hand. Tom shifted, sliding his grip so Sam could find some purchase on the slick bark. Sam coughed. "Thanks." "You're welcome," Tom replied amiably. He raked the river, trying to work out how they could possibly avoid going over the massive waterfall at the end. The current was too strong to swim across in the amount of distance they had. Sam frowned. "You got any ideas?" Tom jerked his chin at the edge of the world. "I think that's our ticket." Sam shook his head. "Are you crazy? Those falls are nearly 1,000 feet high." The headshake cleared his vision, and he saw what Tom had seen. The remains of an old military float plane that had become stranded on an island of rocks at the very edge of the waterfall, right in the middle of the fast-flowing river. It was an old Chinese turboprop, most likely left over from its service during the Korean War. It was badly dilapidated. There were no visible markings and nothing to identify the type of aircraft. Whatever it was, Sam didn't recognize it. Its wings and fuselage were mostly intact, but the tail had long since broken off, either being the cause of the aircraft's original demise, or after decades trapped on its precarious perch above the waterfalls and being battered by the river. Thick jungle vines now encapsulated most of the wreckage. Sam glanced at Tom. "Are you serious?" Just then, their branch jerked, and Sam almost lost hold. "Why not?" Tom asked, as he reclaimed his grip in desperation. "This thing won't hold both of us for long. It's that, or we both go over." "Where would we even climb onto it?" "Over there, on the starboard wingtip. There are a number of vines hanging off it. We can climb those on board." Sam's eyes narrowed at the 1,000-foot plunge directly past the wing. "You know, we're only going to get one chance at this." "Agreed." "If we manage to get on board that old warplane, then what?" Sam asked. "It's not like we can get it flying again." Tom nodded. "No, but it's something. Right now there's no chance we can reach the bank of the river. At least on board there we can buy ourselves some time. I still have my backpack with the satellite phone inside. We just need to survive long enough to get someone to retrieve us." Sam was about to protest when the branch snapped and the decision was made. Chapter 69. Tom's head ducked underwater for a second. As soon as he surfaced, he swam with all his might toward the starboard wingtip. He was a strong swimmer, but only an insane man would be delusional enough to believe that his strength could overcome the flow of the current. He swam diagonally, so that as he was swept toward the waterfall by the river, he would also traverse the river horizontally simultaneously. If he timed it just right, he would end up reaching that series of vines just at the right moment. That was the plan, but the river gods took no pleasure in giving such a plan to mere mortals. Instead, the turbulent waters shifted him in the wrong direction. He tried to fight it, but failed. Just before being shot past the wreckage of the aircraft, two waves collided, creating a shallow vortex. For a few seconds, he was trapped, spinning round and round, uncontrollably destined to follow the whims of the river while slowly dragging him under. When Tom could no longer fight it and was about to drown, he stopped fighting. Kicking and paddling hard, he dived through the vortex and was shot out the starboard side. It took him right where he needed to be. Tom reached up and grabbed a dangling vine and hauled himself out of the water and onto the island of steel, using the rusted engine nacelle to step on. Safe on top of the warbird's steel wing, Tom urgently searched the turbid water for Sam. The entire river was a sea of discombobulated waves, eddies, and whirlpools, but there was no sign of Sam. Tom's eyes narrowed, his mouth was set firm, and his eyes piercing as they raked the river. It seemed impossible that Sam might have gone off the waterfall already. From the river that lapped the port side wing, Sam cried out, "Tom! Over here!" Tom turned to face him. His eyes locked onto Sam, who was being drawn, despite his best efforts, to the river that flowed beneath the port side wing. Sam was paddling as hard as he could to avoid it, but had already missed the tail of the plane and was now committed to the wrong side. Refusing to give up, Sam was paddling hard, trying his best to combat the current which cruelly and serendipitously had decided to drag Sam down the wrong side of the old warbird. Tom cursed, and without even considering if the wing was structurally safe to hold his weight, he started to run along the top of it. Sam dropped down a small crest of a wave and was shot out toward the farthest tip of the wing. Tom dived to the end, reaching down as far as he could with an open hand. Sam rolled to his right and took it. Their thumbs interlocked, and Tom pulled Sam out of the raging torrent. Chapter 70. Sam clambered on board the old Chinese warplane. The plane looked like it had been there for years, maybe even since the local village had built that road through the mountains. Most of its frame had been destroyed by the water and the resulting rust. They crawled crab-like across the length of the wings, deafened by the roar of the falls, trying not to look down, but it was no good. As Sam stared into the blinding white spray, it became inescapably clear. There was no way they were getting off their island refuge without going over the 800-foot falls. Trapped on the wing, unable to reach either side of the river, they climbed down through the open hatchway and into the main fuselage. With the tail missing, river water was able to enter the bottom half of the cargo bay. Sam said, "See if you can find anything we can use." Tom ran his eyes across the empty fuselage. It looked like it had been cleared out by the elements long ago. "Like what?" Sam grinned. "Well, a 900-foot length of rope would be just perfect." Tom laughed. "That might be asking a little too much." They continued to search the aircraft, but found nothing that could be used to help them reach either side of the river. Tom removed his backpack and found that the satellite phone had been damaged by an impact since jumping in the water. He held it up, but the screen and the keys had all been shattered. "Sorry." "Not your fault," Sam said. "I lost mine, so I can't complain." "Yeah, but now we're really up the creek without a paddle." "We'll find a way out of this. We always do." Outside, a short burst of bullets pelted the aft section of the warplane. Afterward, a man started to shout across the roar of the river, "Sam Reilly! Come on out here!" Sam carefully sneaked a glance from the hatchway. On the starboard bank, Ramirez and several of his thugs, armed with machine guns, looked at him. Ramirez shouted, "I know you're in there, Reilly. You're trapped. There's nowhere for you to go. Why don't you come out, and we can have a chat?" Sam bit his lower lip, grinned. He shouted back, "We're happy where we are, Ramirez. Why don't you come over here and join us?" "I don't think so," Ramirez replied. "I'm a little worried that your aircraft doesn't look stable. Maybe it won't last there much longer. What do you think?" "I think it's been here since the Korean War. No reason for it to go anywhere now while we wait for our friends to come get us. And when they do, we'll be coming for you, Ramirez. So maybe you'd better take that head start you've been given, because we're not going to stop until you're dead." "That's so harsh. After all we've been through, I expected more from you, Mr. Reilly. I'm disappointed." Sam shrugged. "You'd better get used to disappointment. There's going to be a whole lot of it where you're going." "Maybe, maybe not." Ramirez laughed. "I think you'll get there before me. You'd better hope that old warbird can't still fly." A few seconds later, Ramirez lobbed a grenade in their general direction. Sam dropped back into the fuselage and yelled, "Grenade!" The grenade landed in the water 30 feet from the wreckage of the warbird and exploded beneath the water, causing a large wave in its explosive wake. Sam and Tom held on to the internal steel skeleton of the aircraft. The entire plane shifted, bobbing up and down like a small boat disturbed by the wake of a large ship. The entire cargo hold shuddered and echoed with the sound of metal scraping rock as the plane readjusted its position in the river before finally settling back into the riverbed, before 2 more grenades exploded. When the blast wave settled down, Sam said to Tom, "I don't know how much this old bird can take of this. We need to go." Tom set his jaw firm. Sam, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but you do realize we're trapped here, right?" Sam wasn't ready to give up just yet. "Come with me, I've got a plan." "You're kidding me," Tom said. "What have you got?" "Just come with me and you'll see." Sam scrambled into the cockpit. It was already occupied, and he shoved the skeletal remains of the pilot out the window without ceremony. The bony remains fell through the window to the water far below. If he was wrong, they'd be joining him shortly. No point in fussing. He looked up from strapping himself into the pilot's chair to see Tom staring at him like he'd gone crazy. Sam raised his brow. "You better strap in tight, too. This might be a bumpy ride." They exchanged a quick glance. "Hey," Tom said, raising his hands as if talking to a madman. "I'm not casting any dispersion on your piloting skills, Sam. I remember what you're capable of in the air, but I really don't think you're going to be able to get this old bird to fly." The plane gave a massive lurch, and they both instinctively threw themselves backward to prevent their momentum from being the thing that pushed her over the edge. Their additional weight had already tipped the nose of the plane forward enough. Sam grinned. "You were saying?" With an oath, Tom strapped in, as around them the plane creaked and groaned like some stone dragon come to life. Tom had barely strapped himself in and checked the latch when the plane lurched forward like a roller coaster. Sam felt the contents of his gut rise as the plane tipped, overlooking the 800-foot fall below. He swallowed and a split second later, the aircraft began its final journey into oblivion. Sam yanked on the twin ejector lever. Nothing happened. He pulled it again, hard. Tom swore. A small explosion blew what remained of the cockpit away, and an instant later, they were shot out into the air. Chapter 71. Ramirez raced along the path after the pair, dodging vines and boulders in panic. He had seen their mad dash toward the plane and their desperate salvation. Now he watched in horror as the two ejector seats shot off into the air like a missile firing on a fair day. He tracked their progress intently, bringing the binoculars up. Through them, one parachute deployed. He scanned frantically for the second. The body fell, tumbling repeatedly, but the chute never showed. Then finally, just before the body hit the trees, at the last possible second, the tiny white scrap blossomed into existence, and the falling body jerked and slowed. It disappeared behind the canopy with the elegance of a jellyfish. Ramirez lowered the binoculars and rubbed his chin. It was an unexpected problem. He turned to one of his men. "Did you see what I saw?" The man said, "Yes, sir." Ramirez jerked his chin toward the jungle. "It seems they've survived the explosion, no?" "Yes, sir." "Well, what are you doing just standing there? Go!" He gestured to the trees. "Do what you're hired to do. They might be injured from the fall. It will be difficult to make it back through this jungle." He turned to the man with a steely glare. "See to it that they don't." The boy bowed. "Very good, sir." He disappeared into the jungle, and Ramirez put his hands in his pockets. He never could stay still when anxious, though. He lit a cigarette instead. The smoke calmed his nerves as it sailed toward the clear blue sky. He motioned to two of his men. "Make sure they don't survive their landing." Chapter 72. The old warplane used a Martin Baker 00 ejector seat. It was designed to safely extract upward and land its occupant from a grounded stationary position, thus its designation, 0 altitude and 0 airspeed. Or at least that was what it was designed to do back in the 50s, and Sam prayed it still worked. 00 technology used small rockets to propel the seat upward to an adequate altitude, and a small explosive charge to open the parachute canopy quickly for a successful parachute descent, so that proper deployment of the parachute no longer relied on airspeed and altitude. The seat cannon cleared the seat from the aircraft, then the underseat rocket pack fires to lift the seat to altitude. As the rockets fired for longer than the cannon, they do not require the same high forces. 00 rocket seats also reduced forces on the pilot during any ejection, reducing injuries and spinal compression. For a split second, Sam floated in the air and heard nothing but the pristine nature and calmness of the jungle. Before him was an endless blanket of green from the canopies of the tall jungle trees. To see them like this, it was almost possible to believe that he could safely land on the verdant layer like a bed. The delusions of the moment were instantly shaken out as the parachute pack on his back unfurled, jerking him painfully by the armpits with a jolt so hard it took the breath from his body. The chute made a terrifying whoosh sound as it caught the wind. Pain and relief washed over him. The wind pushed against him with the force of the sea, and he tried to breathe with it, tried to breathe at all, sucking in tiny sips of air around the force of his relief. Maybe they'd make it after all. But there was something wrong. Sam's extensive military training, tours, and even some of his more extreme recreation adventures had given him experience with the various sensations of hurtling through space. Now, he noted, fighting not to panic. His body seemed to be tumbling to the ground faster than he expected. Sam instantly expected the worst. Fighting the awesome weight of gravity and wind, he craned his neck back and looked above him to the parachute. Well, it had opened, as he thought. That was something. Except it was riddled with holes of varying sizes. One especially large one stared back at him, its rough edges flapping violently in the wind. He cursed his own hope, naivete, and desperation. Was it much better to plummet to the ground, or die going over a waterfall? In this moment, he wished he'd never found that damned transom, heard of El Dorado, or seen those golden pearls. "Those damned?" was all Sam could manage before his fight-or-flight reflexes set in. He swore violently, fluently, and at length. Some abstract, shock-riddled part of his brain noted that if Tom were around to hear him, even he would be impressed. As he flailed in the open air, desperately trying to slow his inexorable journey toward the canopy, Sam could hear the blood pounding in his ears as he searched for any way out of his situation. Two voices, as different as could be, came unexpectedly to his aid. The first, his 10th grade algebra teacher, Mr. Preston, a weedy man, ex-hippie, who had drummed into their heads that the rate of gravity was 9.8 meters per second squared. The second was the raspy yet solid iron voice of his drill instructor during basic of his first year of training, right before Sam's first base jump. If your parachute and your reserve don't work, you're probably mincemeat. But just in case, make sure to steer to a soft landing platform. Then make yourself into an I shape and land on your feet. When Sam had expressed the very real concern that a landing like this might break both his legs, the man had laughed in his face. "Of course you'll break them. Better your legs than your spine." Sam could feel his muscles move into the landing position on their own. His mind remained frozen in fear. He closed his eyes. The world silenced. Thick fronds of foliage gave way to Sam's body as he crashed through layer after layer of jungle. Branches hammered him like battering rams, and he could see the green flash all around him. Tiny twigs ripped through his clothes, seeking skin. He felt the sting of sweat enter 1,000 open wounds. Whether it was from tree interference or from exhaustion, he didn't know, but Sam lost his form. His feet began to rapidly bend and straighten, as if they had a mind of their own, and his arms, wrenched from the centrifugal force that had kept them pinned to his side by a particularly hard hit with a tree limb, refused to go back in place, as he bounced from branch to trunk to leaves. The only coherent thought he could muster in the chaotic descent was, "Protect your neck." His legs hit something hard, and he yelled in pain as his injured leg throbbed anew. Next, his arms. All the breath knocked from his body, and he knew that paralyzing panic of being completely conscious and equally completely incapable of movement, no matter how desperately you try. It was one of Sam's biggest fears, and he fought it hard. He forced himself to take stock. Not dead. Hard thing, ground, hard thing, ground. Under him, the ground. 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 All of a sudden, the chaos gave way to the same silence he had experienced before the parachute opened. Sam gave himself to the clarity, grateful. Slowly, shakily, he stood up, careful of any massive injury. He took his right arm and gingerly ran it over every single limb. Then he did it again, in disbelief. He seemed improbably whole. "Why am I not broken and bleeding?" Am I hallucinating? Surely I must be. Blood loss causes the brain to lose consciousness and function, he thought, as he stood there dumbly. He checked once again just to be sure. The only pain and blood he was feeling radiated from the cuts on his arms and an ache bone deep in his injured leg. But surely those were manageable? They would have to be, he thought. Neither he nor Tom had brought medical supplies with them, and in these woods they— Tom! Where the hell was Tom? Tom! The shout was out before he could control it, and he clapped his hand over his mouth, cursing himself for his stupidity. They would hear the calls and track both of them down, like wolves hunting a deer. He stood there trying to breathe, listening to the happy calls of birds. Birds. He remembered the bird calls they had devised together for situations just like this. Sam cupped his hands around his mouth, took a lungful of humid jungle air, and cried, "Coo! Coo!" He carefully counted to 3, slowly, as agreed on. Then he continued with 3 "caw" cries in rapid succession. Then he cupped his hands around his ears and awaited a response. Nothing. Just jungle sounds. Jungle sounds and— birds? To his left, he heard a faint echo of his call. He waited again. The call was repeated, carefully counted. Even his luck wasn't that sadistic. Sam grinned. Sam detangled himself from his useless parachute, left it behind him. He felt oddly free from its weight as he began to navigate the vines and roots overflowing on the ground to reach Tom. He'd gone about 300 feet when he reached a small clearing in the jungle. Here, even though the plants were growing on the surface, the canopy of leaves and branches seemed to have opened up, allowing sunlight to reach the ground. As he traced and retraced his steps, in the back of his head, he swore he could hear Tom's voice whispering to him to hurry it up. Sam shrugged it off. He'd been stuck with Tom for weeks now, and they'd just been through a shocking ordeal. It wasn't any surprise he was hearing things. But as he looked, the voice became louder, harder and harder to ignore. Was he going crazy? Sam shook his head. No, he wasn't going crazy. It sounded real. Sam stalled. No. Could it be? His gaze swung up. There was Tom, hanging off a tree branch by his parachute. Sam noticed with some resentment that the dirty canvas of Tom's parachute had no holes. He folded his arms. You got a better parachute than me. Well, at least you got to take it off. Tom flailed and nearly lost his grip on the branch. He clutched it again, tangled in canvas and lines. You want to help me get down from here? Sam grinned. Well, I don't know. This is a rare— Will you save it already? Did you forget there's people trying to kill us? Sam bit back his humor. Shock, he told himself, turning his attention to the situation at hand. The branch from which Tom was suspended was at least 15 feet above him, too far to fall without risk of serious injury, and Sam was in no shape to try a dead man's catch. He followed the trunk down to the ground with his eyes. The thick, straight trunk of the tree was nearly buried by layers of vines, some dead and some alive, all thick from years of uninterrupted growth. Sam's eyes narrowed. He grabbed a handful of greenery, found a solid toehold, and began climbing. The task was surprisingly easier than he had anticipated. The vines stayed exactly in place, held to the trunk by determined roots and years of undisturbed growth. In quick succession, he was at eye level with Tom. He grinned, barely out of breath. Just like the wall at the gym. Tom glowered at him. I hate that wall.
He held out his hand, awkward given his situation. "Just give me a knife and I can cut out the ropes." "Yeah, and then?" "And then I'll climb down after you." "I thought you hated that." "Sam, just give me the damn knife before I lose feeling in my legs." Sam adjusted his grip, and then, hanging off the tree by one hand, he fished into his pants, praying it hadn't gotten lost in the river. He found the slim knife in relief and pulled it out. "How am I going to get it to you? You're at least 10 feet away from me, and I honestly don't trust this to hold both of us if I go any further." Tom raised a brow. "You could throw it." Sam couldn't tell if he was joking or not. "Are you serious?" When Tom said nothing, he held the knife hard. "What if you don't catch it? We'd lose it, and you'd be stuck up here forever." Tom shrugged. "I won't. It's just like tossing car keys." "You have one good idea, and now you're full of it?" Sam shook his head, but the more he looked, the fewer options looked open. He inched forward on the branch and gave an experimental tug. The branch snapped, sending a shower of tiny twigs down to the ground. Sam retreated to the safety of the trunk and the vines. He brandished the knife, raising his brows. "You better catch this, then. We only get one chance." Tom gripped the branch with his legs, then raised his hands and placed them in front of him with the fingers in a diamond. Sam adjusted his grip. Was that the target? "Overhand or underhand?" "My God, man, did you never play football?" "Not well. Overhand it is." Sam threw the pocket knife. In the longest second of his life, the small tool sailed across the gap, turning over and over in the air. Tom caught it convincingly, both hands. "Told you, ye of little faith." Taking the blade, he began working on the ropes with an expert hand. The knife was small for this kind of work, but the ropes were worn, and Tom cut directly opposite of the grain, making it easier to cut through the strands. He shook off the last of the rotting parachute, leaving it behind him in the branches like a ghost. In no time, Tom was climbing down the thick vines alongside Sam, getting the dirt from his passage stuck in Sam's eyes. "So, now what?" he asked when they hit the ground, as Tom stretched out his numb legs and slapped some feeling back into his wrists. "Where are we headed? Where are we?" Though Sam had the ability to think on his feet and get the two out of tough situations, such as the one back in the underground tunnels of Venice, Tom had always been the one who planned ahead and thought everything out logically. Even if one of their journeys was meant to be laissez-faire and have no rules, Tom would spend weeks before their departure studying up on possible locations they would visit and form contingency plans for disasters even Sam couldn't think of. He'd been that way as long as Sam had known him. And truth to tell, it was one of the reasons Sam was so glad to have Tom on the team. Elise often joked that she was unnecessary because of it. "You phased me out, man," she would say, pointing at Tom. "We already have a human computer here." Tom would then stalk off to do more calculations in peace. Elise. Sam squinted into the trees and wondered if he'd see her again. Her or... Tom's voice brought Sam back. "While I was flying through the air, I did a panoramic sweep." He scanned the greenery, as if to get his bearings now that he was on ground level and not above the trees. "Looks like the jungle ends not too far from here. There's a road that cuts through, to the west." He squinted at the sun, then flicked his wrist inward to check the compass on his watch, and pointed straight ahead of him. "That way." Sam wavered. "We want a road?" Road meant visibility. Tom straightened his shirt. "We've got a better chance finding our way back to the cave along a road than we do through uncharted jungle."
Sam slapped at a mosquito. It was a point. It wasn't long before they found themselves squinting through the relentless sun, down the asphalt, into the distance along the Guoliang Road. "Well, it's consistent with the GPS anyway," Sam said, returning his wallet to his pocket after thanking a local for directions. "Let's just hope the timeline is as—" He jerked, off balance, as Tom suddenly crouched down behind the bushes at the shoulder and pulled Sam down with him. Sam shook off his arm and went still. "What's the matter?" Tom jerked his chin toward the mountainous lane. "Look down the road," he whispered, barely moving his lips. Sam tentatively complied, peering through the small spray of leaves. Out in the distance, he could barely make out two figures walking toward them on the path. But as the figures moved closer to them, the familiar uneasiness bubbled in Sam's stomach. Tom gripped his arm, and he saw the trademark black suit and brownwood pistols they symmetrically clutched in their right hands, out of sight by their sides. "Damn," he whispered, moving further back into the leaves. Maybe they could sneak back into the jungle at the side of the road without being seen. A twig snapped. Sam's gaze snapped back to the road. There, the worst of his suspicions were confirmed. The two men had most certainly seen Sam and Tom. Their brown-coated forms were sprinting at full speed to them. Tom and Sam glanced at each other. They didn't have to say anything. Tom quirked a brow, scrambling to his feet. A deceptively innocent-sounding pop splatted into the gravel behind them. Sam jumped, then ducked, scrambling forward along the scrubby gravel. From behind them, more bullets popped and whizzed into trees, into rocks. He smelled hot metal and sulfur. He thought of the beach. It seemed that the jungle had come alive all of a sudden. Exotic birds cried in sounds Sam had never heard before, as Tom's military boots crunched. Tom was shouting something, but Sam couldn't make out the words. Then he saw what Tom was pointing at and grinned. There, along the side of the road, was a pair of Kawasaki Ninja 1000cc motorcycles. Sam looked apologetically at the two riders, his knife in his hand. "I'm sorry, we're going to need to borrow your bikes." Chapter 73. The dirt road gave way to highway, but it wasn't much to look at, Sam thought, as he clutched the handlebars with absolute focus, blessing the Guoliang Road's tourist boom, and the enterprising motorcycle rental place that sought to profit from selling tours of the stunning scenery. It had been a while since Sam had had to hot-wire a bike, but the Kawasaki Ninja wasn't too different, and it was over in a matter of minutes. Kawasaki Ninja 1000, Sam thought. I love it. The last thing he'd seen before the dust obliterated the mirror as the wheels spun in the gravel, eager for the purchase of the paved road, was the owner rushing outside, mouth opened in shock, shouting after them in torrent of Chinese. "If we live through this, remind me to pay him," he shouted as he and Tom careened down the narrow mountain road. "You got it." Their furious pace spun dirt from their wheels into their faces, stinging his arms and body hard enough to bruise. There wasn't that much traffic this afternoon, not this remote, but Sam wasn't sure if this was good or bad. There wasn't enough to get a rhythm down to weave, and just enough that they couldn't blast off however hard they liked. Bullets spattered up stones behind. That didn't help either. They were being followed. Sam swerved hard, praying the baddies shooting at them would follow him and spare the family of four he passed. A young boy gaped at him out of the back window. Sam could barely spare him a glance, let alone a reassuring smile. The road ahead narrowed dangerously. He dragged his eyes from the passage toward Tom. "Mosul?" he shouted. "Roger that,"
Tom shouted back, and immediately put on a tremendous burst of speed, peeling off toward the narrow canyon. The nearest baddie put in a similar burst of speed, clearly intending, from what Sam could tell in his tiny rearview mirror, to slam him into smithereens as they rounded the corner. It was going to be tight. He let his instincts take over as he throttled the bike. Like riding the wind, he thought. Ride it, ride it. He hurtled around the corner, hoping. This whole thing was terribly dangerous if they didn't time it right. He glimpsed a bike ahead, a clear hand signal he'd been watching for. Sam pushed the bike hard and then jammed on the brakes. It handled like the dream he'd been praying for. Startled, their pursuer jammed his brakes, locking his wheels, sending him skidding in an uncontrolled slide. His wheel hit a stone and went crooked, throwing him off the edge of the cliff. There was no way they'd hear the impact, not over the roar of the road, not 2,000 feet down. Probably for the best. Sam slowed to a stop in the bushes in the brief reprieve, hurled himself off the bike, grabbed the wheel pump attached to the frame of the bike, and gripped it hard like a shiv. Soon the roar of the bike announced their remaining attacker. Sam waited. The bike screamed into view. The man, elegantly dressed, saw them waiting at the side of the road as if helpless. Sam kept the pump out of view. The baddie gripped the bike one-handed, raised his gun as if he were jousting, and fired in one fluid motion, faster than Sam was expecting. Sam ducked. The man had good reflexes and good aim. Anyway, he just had to hold off a little longer, just a little longer. He couldn't afford to let him slow down. Before he could shout to him, Tom took off running, confusing the attacker enough that Sam could lunge from hiding. He lunged out, shoved the pump out into the fork of the bike as the man zoomed past, sending him flying. The would-be assassin launched himself like a gymnast and rolled with his bike. He ducked into himself and hit the ground hard on his shoulder, coming to his feet in the same move like a professional athlete, or in this case, a mercenary. The man's cold gaze met Sam's with a grin. There was nowhere to run, and Sam was useless with his bike pump. Throw it at him, in the chance it would hit, but leave Sam defenseless if it came to hand-to-hand combat? Or wait and use it in close combat? In his split second of hesitation, the man squeezed the trigger. Sam's entire world shrieked. For a minute, he thought he'd died. And then he saw the truck rumbling around the corner, blinded by the tight curve. It tried to brake when it caught sight of the scene ahead, but no luck. It was too heavy, and there was not enough time. The assassin spun at the sound of the truck, threw his arms up, and dived, but he wasn't fast enough. The truck lumbered right over him, leaving the man a bloody ruin in its wake. The truck shuddered to a stop some distance down the road. Sam noted dimly its tire tracks stained red. He wondered where Tom was. Sam went to the messy, bloody roadkill and found the man's gun, closed by his lifeless hand. It was a Tanfoglio T95, Italian 10mm automatic, the same beautiful and familiar one he'd seen before. Sam turned it over in his hand, remembering their fight in the catacombs. The truck door opened. The driver climbed out, babbling frantically in Chinese. Sam waved the gun in his face. "Go!" he shouted, trying to sound menacing. In his current state, it wasn't hard. "Go! Gun! Kill you too!" The babbling driver couldn't get into his truck fast enough. It sputtered to life and hurtled down the mountain road. Sam panted in the sudden quiet. Tom limped into view. Tom tossed him something. Sam caught it in reflex. Keys. Sam grinned. "Let's go." Chapter 74.
The Guoliang Tunnel links the village of Guoliang to the outside through the Taihang Mountains. The isolated village is nestled in a valley surrounded by towering mountains, cut off from outside civilization. Guoliang Tunnel is named after the local villager who led a troop of men to fight against oppression from the government in the later Han Dynasty. The fight waxed and waned, and the villager troop was besieged without food. The fight ended with Guoliang's leading the troop to a safe place where they rebuilt a village. In memory of Guoliang, a hero to the villagers, the village is named after him. The village has a long history of more than 1,000 years since then. The Guoliang Tunnel Road was about 4,000 feet long, 15 feet high, and 12 wide, which is of great significance to the villagers. None of this made it convenient for a high-speed motorcycle run, especially not when you're possibly being pursued by villains of unknown number. Those 4,000 feet passed by in a blur, and as pursuit didn't seem to be coming, plus it seemed in fact riskier to keep up their speed and alert the locals to something untoward, Sam slowed to a regular putter. Tom followed his lead, then moved to the side of the road as Sam pulled over and consulted his computer tablet. He checked their location on the spotty signal and shook his head. Tom raised a brow. "We damned well better be close." Out of breath, all Sam could do was point. Sam and Tom peered through the bushes toward the edge of the cave. To his military eye, nothing about this place looked remarkable or remarkably dangerous. It just looked like jungle. If that was the case, why the dead feeling in the pit of his stomach? Sam fingered the stolen gun, remembering the way it had felt in Venice. He jumped at the crack beside him and spun, soundless. Tom held up his hands. Sam lowered the gun, and they both sank back into the brush, returning their gaze to the cave entrance. Tom spoke, barely moving his lips. "You were right. There's at least 7 of them. Bastards." "Armed?" "Armed. From what I could see, all of them are." Sam's stomach dropped again. He turned the gun over in his hand, then eased off the trigger. "There's no way we're getting in there with just this, then." Tom shook his head. "Afraid not." Sam was surprised to find him grinning. Tom had a thing for extreme situations. "We'll just have to find another way inside." Chapter 75. Yellow Dragon Cave. The entrance to the cave was guarded by a picturesque system of watermills, wooden and ancient, but definitely still in use. Each was topped with a painted roofed pagoda, as if some kind of shrine to the elements. The water spun through their intricate system of gears and wheels, each turning the other as the river sluiced slot by slot, turning the gears like a child's toy. Sam and Tom snuck past, sending prayers of thanksgiving that the roar of the water hid the sound of their passage. Often it is the smallest things that yield the biggest changes. Yellow Dragon Cave was a prime example of this. Over 90 feet high, the cave was formed as, drop by drop, water seeped through any available cracks into the karstic layer and dissolved the limestone, thereby extending the gap. As in any karstic cave over years, the gap had widened. Over centuries, the gap had become very large. Over millennia, gone unchecked, the gap had reached enormous proportions. Before entering the cavern, as Sam studied the internal map of the cavern topside, he hoped some similar inevitable revelation would reveal itself. The cave system was immense. From his brief glimpse now, plus relying on his memory from their study on the plane ride over, he could make out 2 underground rivers, 2 pools, 4 waterfalls, at least 10 large halls, and too many galleries to count, and probably too many to even be shown on the map. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of stalagmites, columns, stalactites, cave stones, and other formations inside the cave that definitely weren't shown on the map, and which he knew from experience could cause all kinds of havoc. Sam tapped the map. If I learned anything from Claustral, it's that maps lie, and if the labyrinth here is anything like what we found in Australia, the best way in or out will be through this river here. Tom thought, You think Ramirez is going to be in there? Don't know. I do know he's risked a hell of a lot to find this place, and I have a hard time imagining he'd miss his magnum opus. I have a hard time imagining he'd get his hands dirty. Tom fiddled his fingers. Might mess up his suit. There's that too. They thought in silence a while longer. Finally, Sam shook his head. There's no way around it. If they're all armed, we have to get them into a situation where they won't be able to use their weapons. What might that be? In the water. Tom started, then stared. What? You mean? If we go down, if we scuba in the cave and up the river section, we can take them by surprise in that hidden section. It's not too much space in there. We might be able to draw them into the water if we can get a head start and they see that we're in the lead. Wishful thinking. Sam shook his head and pulled the map closer. Think about it. This cave system receives more than 1 million visitors a year. You got any idea how old El Dorado kept his tomb secret? Tom studied the map of the underground system. It had been documented all the way up to the northern end, where any progress was blocked by a downflowing river. When Tom looked up, Sam saw he understood by the dour expression on his face. The only way the tomb of the El Dorado could possibly stay hidden is if you could only get to it from under the water. Great. Venice all over again. Sam shrugged. It's our only chance at an even fight. Tom shook his head, and then he shrugged. I hate it when you're right. He sighed. I wish I could see other options. I can't. Sam nodded. So we'll take the dive gear and explore up this river. Tom raised a brow. Where will we get the dive gear? Sam ran a hand through his hair, glancing around at the immense jungle the nearby village cut off from civilization, where Ramirez's AG-600 amphibious aircraft was currently moored. On board, there were plenty of scuba diving equipment. Tom followed his gaze. Oh, no, we're not going back there. Not us. We wouldn't get within 100 feet of that plane. Tom crossed his arms. So then, how do you suggest we get some dive equipment? Sam leaned against the bike in anticipation and talked to a local boy who worked selling knickknacks to tourists at the Yellow Dragon Cave. The kid spoke good English and was keen for the opportunity to make good money. Sam explained where the aircraft was and the large team working from it. The kid asked, How do I get them to give me the dive gear? I don't even know what it looks like. Sam nodded. Just tell him that Ramirez ran into some water and needs more gear. If they give you a hard time, just say, That's all they told me. They don't have time to argue. The boy nodded and scampered off, promising to grab some friends to help. Tom watched the kid go. This is never going to work. You have any better ideas? Sam asked. We can't get gear, we can't get in. He doesn't get it, we're no worse off. They waited an hour for the boy to return. Finally, Sam spotted a figure lugging 2 full bags almost his own size. He fought to keep from punching the air in triumph as the boy dumped them breathless. "I went the wrong way," the boy panted, but he didn't sound apologetic. "To throw them off your trail. Then I doubled back through the pass. They'll never find the track." Eyes bright, cheeks flushed, he looked delighted to be part of a spy mission. Tom and Sam beamed at him. Sam said, "You did great, kid. You're a regular Indiana Jones." Chapter 76. The Huanglong Cave means the Yellow Dragon Breath Cave in Mandarin. It was guarded by a system of wooden watermills which, though antiquated, were still fully functional and presented a picturesque opportunity for tourists to take photos. The cruise boat was somewhat lacking in amenities, but as Sam drifted down at eye level with the water, in awe of the soaring, majestic limestone cathedral above him, he wouldn't trade their method despite the dire straits that made it necessary. The glittering and translucent limestone gleamed in the semi-darkness, and the water, moving over its smooth surface, trickled in and out of crevices, making a lovely, unearthly, ethereal music, the likes of which Sam had never heard before. It was a strange soundtrack for what they were about to do, but in this moment, as they entered this cathedral-like space with this otherworldly symphony, Sam felt they were entering a sacred space. He could see why the El Dorado would want to be buried here. As he pulled his mask down over his face and took his first breath of recycled air, and Tom gave him the thumbs up nearby, Sam devoutly hoped they would not be joining him in eternity. They plunged beneath the icy water in a riot of bubbles. Chapter 77. As his head plunged beneath the surface, Sam braced for the deep freeze into his bones and managed to conserve his energy. He had considerable experience diving in caves by now, he reflected ruefully. Unlike the other times, though, the water was pitch black, limiting Sam and Tom's ability to see. The goggles that came with the scuba gear didn't help either. In their haste to get up the river and into the labyrinth, they had put on their air tanks and skin suits so hurriedly that he'd forgotten to spit in the mask, and now the goggles were fogging up. "Exactly what I don't want," he muttered to himself, a tiny stream of bubbles fleeing through the regulator. The visibility would become a bigger issue later on as they began their search for the tomb of the El Dorado through the cavernous subterranean labyrinth. Though both Sam and Tom had gone over their plan by scouring over the maps and discussing possible locations for the underwater cavern, Sam struggled to sort them all out now that he was on site, disoriented by the taxing physical exertions and close calls they had experienced up until this point. The ride in the plane and Alex's description of the cave seemed like it had been weeks ago instead of just this morning. Still, determination and the icy water shook everything into focus. He had one goal: to reach the Tomb of El Dorado before Ramirez. They had been shot at, dodged death in a series of violent rapids, barely managed to avoid plunging to their deaths over a waterfall taller than most skyscrapers, been catapulted from a decaying plane, and narrowly escaped death by fall and death by motor accident, not to mention bullets, to find this tomb, and Sam would be damned if he let Ramirez get the gold and the glory. Sam and Tom systematically paddled through the dark water, sweeping their high-beam flashlights back and forth for any sign of anything out of the ordinary, something more unusual than diving in a huge and deep underground river, at least, sneaking up on a centuries-old tomb. The beams of light cut through the murk with a glow like butter, but revealed nothing. On the bottom of the river, wooden planks stuck out from underneath layers of sediment, probably undisturbed for centuries.
They passed over the ancient wood and continued. Sam wondered where it had come from. Maybe the Chinese had used this river as a method of burial for their nobles when they died. When he was in Egypt, he had learned of the rich traditions of the Egyptians and how they had dealt with their dead. When a relative of the pharaoh died, they would place their bodies in a decorated boat and send it off down the Nile. Sam couldn't see why the Chinese wouldn't do that too. The water was cold and dark as a tomb, and even more empty. There was not even so much as a single fish in the wide expanse of water. The only movement was the dirt particles brought up by the slow-moving current, and Tom's form swimming ahead of him. All of a sudden, Tom stopped swimming. Sam backpedaled immediately to avoid running into him. He waited. On point, Tom floated aimlessly, staring straight ahead at something Sam couldn't see. Then, in one quick motion, Tom's hand moved to the flashlight fixated onto his scuba helmet and flicked it off. He turned around by beating the water to his left, wriggling until he faced Sam. Sam, confused, shrugged and gestured in the universal sign of, "I have no idea what you're doing." Bubbles temporarily obscured Tom's face. He was glaring when they cleared. The bubbles risked giving away their position. Tom brought his right hand up and urgently poked at the flashlight. "What the hell is this about?" thought Sam. His partner continued the same motion. Sam's flashlight played on Tom's face through his goggles, revealing his eyes that made him look like a deer caught in headlights. Something told Sam that Tom was being serious with his vigorous movements. Sam switched his light off and paddled over next to Tom. Tom pointed to the right in a 30-degree angle, and Sam saw it instantly. 6 people, in full scuba gear, were swimming through the river downstream in the same direction as Sam and Tom. Without a doubt, they were the same group that had shot at them and tried to get them killed in the jungle. Sam swore, though he hadn't really expected anything else. He'd hoped, but he'd been naive in thinking that they'd given their pursuers the slip. Even in the dark, or maybe because of it, their forms looked bulky and muscular, as if whoever was sending them had hired the scariest bouncers to not only intimidate Sam and Tom, but to crush them into tiny pieces. The 30-pound air tanks looked like children's backpacks on their bodies. Sam squinted. In at least 2 of the thugs' hands, harpoon guns were gripped, glinting in their LED light beams. They clearly weren't concerned about stealth. Unless it was a diversion? No way we can take these guys on, Sam thought, as his well-trained brain automatically ran through various combat scenarios, not liking any of the results. We're going to end up dead. He felt a tap on his shoulder through the skin suit and turned. Tom jerked his head toward the group and raised a fist. He then began gesturing in rapid-fire fashion. For a few moments, Sam was taken aback, but then remembered what Tom was doing. Sign language they had learned in their military stint. He caught onto the rest of the message. "Not as hard as you think. Stealth," Tom signed. Albeit a bit rusty, Sam began to move his arms and fingers in the water. No way. Too dangerous. He made the motion forward, for them to continue toward the tomb. "We, caretaker, with them." Sam raised an eyebrow, even if Tom couldn't see, as wordlessly and without discussion, Tom ducked back the way they'd come. He sure as hell knew Sam well, Sam thought, pivoting in the dark water, with barely a ripple. He followed. By the time he reached Tom, the group was closer than they'd been when he first saw them. They appeared completely oblivious, sweeping their own flashlights in search of the temple for themselves.
But Sam knew that obliviousness rarely meant stupidity, and it wouldn't necessarily remain that way. Oblivious or coy, either way, Sam and Tom could only move ahead by using the light cast from Ramirez's team's lights. Turning on their own would instantly draw attention to them, and very likely draw some harpoons or bullets into their bodies. The perfect balance of speed and silence was necessary. When the thugs stopped moving to inspect something on the riverbed, Sam and Tom stopped moving. Splashing water would alert them. Errant bubbles where no bubbles should be would alert them. Currents under the water, counter to their own movements, would alert them. With infinite care, Sam and Tom crept closer, closer, until Sam could almost reach an arm out and touch the hulking mass in front of him. He instinctively looked at Tom to his right, muscles tense, eager to get in on the action. Tom sent him a fierce grin. Swept up by the moment, Sam grinned back. In a lightning-fast movement only possible with a decade of killing memory embedded into his muscles, Sam hooked his left arm over the thug's neck and pulled. As expected, his arms and legs started flailing, and Tom spared no time in restraining his limbs in submission holds. The thug opened his mouth to scream, but it came out as a low moan and sheets of bubbles from his respirator. Without a second thought, Sam jerked his arm and hands to the left, breaking his victim's neck. He held the neck in place until the body went limp, and Sam let the body sink to the river floor. Swift, deadly, efficient, he thought, like wraiths in the night. Sam pulled back and looked at Tom. 1 down, 5 to go. So far, it seemed, none of the men suspected a thing. They continued on downriver, glancing back, glancing forward. But in the dark it was hard to see, and even harder to count with the shadows moving on the water like men, moving like magic. Sam shook his head and pulled his wits about him. If he gave in to the feeling of doom inside these deep stone walls, they were all done for. Sam dragged his eyes away from the sinking body, realizing with a jolt that it was no longer even visible. For a moment he stalled, disoriented, then caught sight of Tom casting him a quizzical brow. Sam left the dead to the dead and swam on. Tom gestured ahead, where Sam could barely make out a black flipper in the gloom. A tiny trail of bubbles trickled from a mouth he couldn't see, but he focused instead on what he could see, the scuba tank and the regulator pipes. Tom flicked open Sam's own pocket knife, and Sam felt a flash of surprise. Had Tom never returned it to him? Good thing now, he nodded, and Tom drifted closer to the man, closer with his long limbs, silent, not breathing, deadly in the dark. The knife flashed down. While Sam knew the scuba system was designed to withstand anything from fish biting on it to getting the pipes stuck on stray rock formations, the thin plastic regulator pipes were no match for Tom's expertly precise and strong knife-cutting skills. A whoosh rocked through the river, and Sam flung up his hands to protect his face from the bubbles. The thug's air tank completely detached, the lines connecting it flailing in the water. So much for stealth. The two previously oblivious thugs now turned around and looked at Sam and Tom, but in the bubbles and the black, it was unclear how much he could see. What Sam could see was the unforgiving cold gaze of their scuba masks, the flashlights trained directly on their faces. The thugs took no chances. They brought up their harpoon guns and fired into the bubbles. Sam instantly formed himself into a tight ball to minimize his surface area as much as possible. It worked. The harpoon cut through the water harmlessly past him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the closest thug paddling backwards, already reaching to reload from a harness slung over his shoulder. Another split-second decision. Sam pointed straight downwards. Without delay, Tom shot straight down, using his hands for extra speed. Sam refocused his attention on the thugs. He flicked on his flashlight directly at their masks in quick succession. The men, disoriented, attempted to shield their eyes from the bright light, flailing and thrashing as they tried to stay afloat and not sink into the black water. Sam jumped on the window of opportunity he had given himself. He groped below him on the riverbed and found what Tom had brought him. He hauled the now lifeless body of the man whose neck he'd broken and hurled it with all his might toward the duo, who were still recovering from the flash. He shut his flashlight, rendering all in blackness, and the men ahead uncertain of their attacker. He shot forward, following Tom beneath the two men, using the darkness of the depths to their advantage. Tom had already gotten the idea. He lunged from behind at the thug on the right, grabbing at the harpoon gun. In panic, the thug fired off his harpoon. The bolt whizzed uselessly through the river. The thug on the left moved to help his comrade, but Sam was already on him, arm tight around his throat in a headlock. He'd trained for this, both in the military and then in recreation, where he played rugby and water polo with his father's friends. The body went limp, and Sam dropped it without a sound. At a flurry of ripples in the dark water, Sam snapped his attention to Tom. He was fighting a losing battle. Tom had lost his element of surprise, and the thug wrestled hard, attempting to get full hold of Tom's arm. Thankfully, their slippery suits hindered his progress, but Tom was losing his strength. Soon, he would be no good to Sam. Sam shot forward and grabbed the arm of the thug and aimed the harpoon himself. Then he hesitated. As Tom and the thug rolled in the water, he gripped the harpoon in indecision. In the writhing black suits and black water, and the bubbles blazing white, Sam had no idea where to shoot. Then Tom punched the thug in the stomach with a force Sam thought impossible underwater. The thug grunted, jerked back, and momentarily floated backwards in shock. The bubbles followed him, and Sam pulled the trigger. The harpoon shot from the gun and hit the man's body with a thud, silent underwater. All Sam heard was the thud of his own heartbeat and his harsh pant of breath. The spear penetrated the man's suit and body, and he suddenly fell silent, a cloud of blood like ink rising around his chest. The blood pounding in Sam's ears died down. Tom trod water, gathering himself, panting in relief, suspended over the body as it slowly sank below. They looked at each other and exchanged a glance. Tom cocked a brow toward the surface. Sam glanced up. Above, a faint golden glow wavered. Was it daylight? Had they reached the exit? Together they kicked toward the surface and broke into the air with a rush of cold. Tom shook his hair out of his eyes. "Counted 5. That was all of them, I think," he grunted, rueful. "Should have known Ramirez wouldn't have come and done the dirty work himself." Sam had to laugh. "Yeah, I owe you 10. He treaded water, breathing hard. Wonder what he'll say when he finds out that all his men were taken out by 2. A small click echoed in the cavern like a gunshot. Tom blinked. Sam stared. There, standing on the shore, the caretaker held a pistol. Sam thought for a second his aim wavered, but it was just the shadows cast by the water. "He would say thank you, gentlemen." Ramirez glanced between them both. "But he would say he doesn't need both of you." Sam and Tom didn't take their eyes from Ramirez. Tom spread his hands, treading water in the deep river. "You do need us if you want the gold. We haven't found the tomb yet, but we know where to look."
Ramirez clicked the safety off and aimed the gun at Sam. "Then I would say I don't need either of you." Sam braced to dive, but the finger didn't pull. Instead, Ramirez grinned and the gun swung, centered straight on Tom. The finger squeezed. "Stop!" Sam shouted. It echoed in the massive cavern as if it had originated from an army. The finger stopped. Ramirez turned to Sam with perfect poise and grace. "Yes, Mr. Reilly, you have something to say?" Sam gulped. "I know where it is." The gun never wavered. "If you're lying, Mr. Reilly." Sam shook his head. The cold water trickled into his wetsuit. "Tom doesn't know. I haven't told him. But I worked it out. He's always been slower than me at figuring out clues. He hasn't had time to—" Sam bought time furiously, but as he thought, it all made sense. They'd thought the odd ascension in the topographical maps had just been a line of karst in the cave, that the machines had got a hit on an abnormal mineral thread. But what if, as he saw the tunnel leading away from the main cavern, he knew he was right. It hadn't been a mineral thread. Or if it had been exploited centuries ago and transformed into something else? He spread his hands, then pointed to the shadowy passageway that lurked behind Ramirez in the dark. "There. The tomb is there. We have to go up." Ramirez turned to see where he was pointing, and Sam could have kicked himself, his stomach sinking, as he realized there was absolutely nothing he could do. There was no gamble he could make. Without weapons, any surprise attack from the water on Ramirez while his back was turned would be more than useless. He'd hear the splash, turn with that gun, and fire at them like fish in a barrel without a second thought. He saw the same frustration reflected in Tom's face as they looked at each other as Ramirez watched the tunnel that led away. Their only chance was to lead him to the tomb. Sam shrugged at Tom, quirking a brow. Tom nodded. Ramirez turned back around with a smile. He beckoned them with his gun. "Well, gentlemen, it seems you are still useful after all. Lead the way." Chapter 78. Sam made his way up the twisting, turning passageways, the flashlight of the scuba suit lighting the way. He distinctly felt the gun trained on his back as Ramirez followed in his wake, sending shivers up his spine. The path was narrow, unused, and the footing uneasy. It hadn't been walked in centuries, Sam thought. Back in the river, with the gun trained on Tom, this seemed like the lesser of two evils. He would have given up the secret to anything to save Tom's life. Now, as he led the caretaker toward the Tomb of El Dorado, knowing he would probably be shot the moment the caretaker saw the edifice, he wondered what the hell he was doing. "Nice work, genius," he thought. Then he tightened his resolve. He'd have to improvise. Think about that when the time came. Though if he was being honest with himself, and when you were on the verge of death always seemed like the right time to be honest, he was having a hard time seeing a way out of this. Tom nudged him. "Sam." "Working on it," Sam muttered. Tom nudged harder. "Sam! Sam!" "I'm improvising." He saw where Tom was pointing and stared. To the left of the cavern hall they were walking in, Sam saw the slightest traces of light leaking out from cracks in the wall. The light was brilliant and bronze, like gold. This was it. They had found the tomb. "What are you doing? Get a move on. I don't have all day," Ramirez shouted at them from behind. For a second, the thought of surprising the caretaker and overpowering him crossed his mind. He then looked behind him. The man had put a good amount of distance between them, the pistol still trained dead onto Tom. Sam shook his head. He had always looked for a way out of every situation he found himself in. Now, doing so would get his best friend killed, and undoubtedly Sam next. Sam assessed the options. Clearly, Ramirez had not seen the light that led to the tomb. They could feign ignorance and keep moving forward, acting like they were looking for it, but couldn't find the tomb. Alternatively, they could concede defeat and allow the caretaker to take the gold, then pray that Ramirez didn't have any need to kill the two after finding his goal. Yeah, right. To your left, look. There. Look closer. It was Tom's voice that carried through the dark, narrow stairwell. Tom was defeated, as if he had already given up and resigned his life to Ramirez's gun. Sam swung around and stared at him in disbelief. Tom, what the hell are you? Tom just shrugged, listless. He left one hand open, palm out. He's won, Sam. There's no point in pretending. He laughed, bitter. We're trapped, miles underground. No one knows where we are. There's probably 100 armored tank creatures down here who want to rip our throats out, and we have no idea where they are except that they probably carved this tunnel we're going to die in. Does it look like we've got a choice? Sam's eyes narrowed, and he studied the walls, trying to be as unobtrusive as possible. Now he knew what had looked familiar about the passageway. The top had that groove that Sarah had noticed in Claustral Canyon in Australia, as if... His thought cut off abruptly as Ramirez's head instantly snapped west. Looks like you guys are pretty good explorers, after all. Ramirez chuckled so evilly that Sam wanted to just drop everything and strangle the man right there. Did people really laugh like that in real life? Ramirez flicked his gun to the left, directing Sam and Tom to enter first. But as Sam approached, he saw the problem with this plan. There didn't seem to be anything to enter. The cracks that had drawn Tom's attention appeared to actually be from the deterioration of the thick stone door intended to look exactly like the rest of the wall surrounding it. Maybe, when it was first made, Sam reflected, it would have been impossible to find, but after centuries of erosion, the passageway had revealed its secrets. Sam studied the door. That still didn't mean they could get through it, visible cracks or not. He didn't see a handle anywhere on it. He stepped back and dusted his hands on his suit, leaving muddy smears. There's no way in, unless you want to... Ramirez slapped his pistol, and the sound of flesh against metal echoed through the cave. Sam fell silent, reminding himself that they were underground with an armed madman. No matter how long they delayed or stalled, this fact did not change, unless they miraculously found weapons from somewhere. Weapons! He thought about the dive knife Tom was carrying. He glanced down. Tom was holding it loosely in his palm, the point peeking out from under the long sleeve of his scuba suit. Jesus! They were going to take on an armed madman with a 5-inch blade? Which of them exactly was the crazy one here? Better to wait. See what presented itself. Buy as much time as they could. His gaze slid up to Tom's face, where he saw perfect understanding. The communication that had helped them survive countless firefights together passed between them without words. The tiny blade disappeared, leaving a small bump under the sleeve. It was obvious, but in the dark you'd have to be looking for it, and Ramirez had other things on his mind. At least Sam hoped he did. Better make sure. Hey, Tom, do you see what I... Tom beckoned at Sam from the other side of the door, playing along. I thought so too. Check this out. Sam stood up and walked to Tom, acutely aware of Ramirez's gun, which was still trained on the two. But Sam had lived most of his adult life around guns, and now he filed the sensation away where it belonged and did the job. He studied the ancient door, crouched down by the base. Right by the base, on the left-hand side, there was a tiny crack in the stone that looked different. Instead of looking like a crack, it looked like an incision. It was just the kind of thing that would lever a door like this open, concealing a secret latch. They'd found it. Sam was certain of it. He felt it in his gut. There was just one problem, though. The incision was too narrow for fingers. But for a pocket knife blade... He glanced at Tom, who crouched down next to him, reading his thoughts. Sam shifted to block their work from Ramirez, as Tom slid the tiny blade from his sleeve and wedged it inside. "What's the holdup?" Ramirez's voice was rough, angry. Impatience? Sam wondered. Or fear? "There's a crack here," he said, turning around so he could gauge how best to hide Tom's work. He schooled his face into the appropriate mix of apprehension and excitement and resentment. "It looks like it might be a secret latch." A glance down told him that Tom was still working the slim metal blade inside the stone. "Come on, Tom. If we can just—" A click, and then a screech of stone. Sam's heart lurched in relief, in excitement. The door groaned with the pain of an old man who had not moved for days, and lurched outward. It was slow, but beautifully engineered. With every moment the light that spilled around the crack shone brighter and brighter. And then it stopped. The crack was not wide enough to admit a man. Ramirez glowered. "What? Now what? What are you—" Sam, with certainty from some unknown instinct, pushed to his feet. He touched the side of the door with one finger for dramatic flair, and the massive slab slid aside as if that's what it was made to do. "The Tyrona were excellent stonemasons," he said. "They hid their dead well." All three of them turned toward the now open door. His eyes, used to the dark cave, the sudden glare of his scuba flashlight shining off a reflective surface, suddenly blinded all of them. It was his one chance to take Ramirez unaware. Sam missed it. The sight of the tomb took his breath away. For an impossible moment, all three of them forgot about any animosity and stared. Under the harsh light of their headlamp, the tomb of the El Dorado glowed. Sam forgot about the gun, about their situation, as triumph surged through his veins. He'd waited his entire life for a find like this. Gold coins of every shape and size spilled out of piles to litter the floor. As Sam took in the sight, he saw that not only were there coins, but what looked like every treasure imaginable. Ruby and emerald-encrusted necklaces sprawled out over the coins, and some were even hanging off silver hooks placed into the walls. Gold drinking vessels, gold amulets, gold talismans shaped like birds and strung on gold collars with gold beads and bone. Spilling everywhere, piles upon piles of them, casual as batshit, were the stunning golden pearls that had started all of this. Wildly, Sam thought of what archivist Emily would have to say about this. Hundreds of shells, inlaid into the wall, reflected the light like eyes. It was as if the spirits of all the Tyrona dead watched them, waiting to see what they would do. Then there was the tomb itself. It wasn't large, but it radiated a power that was impossible to ignore. Covered in sheets of beaten gold, it was inscribed with symbols.
Sam remembered the Tyrona didn't have a written language. Somehow, though, he got the sense of a story or prayer. He remembered the Muisca custom of throwing their valuables into rivers and streams, of the chieftain being rowed to the middle of the lake and diving in to symbolize death and rebirth. Looking at all of the riches spread before him surrounding the dead, Sam couldn't help but wonder what exactly would be waiting for them at the bottom of the river that flowed through the cavern, if anyone ever bothered to dredge it. He tore his eyes away from the tomb to Tom. Tom was still staring at the treasure, but when he felt Sam's gaze, he turned. They shared a grin that was pure excitement, the grin of two boys. Then Ramirez broke the silence. "Well, I can't thank the two of you enough for your help. I couldn't have done it without you." Sam shot a look at Tom. All trace of excitement had left his face, and he'd resumed his slump-shouldered depression. So, he was going to be the compliant one, Sam thought. Better, maybe, if they were going to try and take Ramirez by surprise. Sam folded his arms and glared. "We didn't have much of a choice." Ramirez laughed. "Well, of course you didn't have much of a choice, but I like to be polite." Ramirez's voice, once sophisticated and warm, now dripped with sarcasm and vitriol. Ramirez tilted his gun hand in an expression of balance. Sam gestured to the tomb, conspicuously lifeless. "But the Naiachia, there's no sign of them. These pearls could have been here for centuries. They might all be dead. Shouldn't we try to find them?" Ramirez brushed this off with a shrug, but a frown spread between his brows. "They'll come when they are called. I want them mainly for farming the pearls, you understand. Apart from that, they don't have much value. Big, smelly things. But they're so rare. You can't just let them die out." Tom's shock sounded genuine. Ramirez laughed. "Oh, a tree hugger. Mr. Bauer, this is worth millions. Yes, it would be nice to have a lifetime supply of golden pearls, but where would I keep them? Frankly, I've gotten tired of taking care of the bastards." He surveyed the hall again. "No, this should last me quite a long time." "We trusted you," Tom spat. Ramirez laughed. "Oh, senor," the accent affected, patronizing. "Trust is like cigarettes, so alluring, but bad for your health." He lit a cigarette now, and the smoke unfurled in the small space. "You want to share?" he asked. "You owe us that much. 1 cigarette," he gestured. "For all this?" But the caretaker just laughed. "I do I? Brilliant adventurer, but not too bright, are you? Hopelessly naive. Clearly, I convinced you enough that I was really doing this for all of us, for history and posterity, I presume. But let me tell you something, Mr. Reilly. In the real world, none of that matters. No one cares. Take a look around you. Artifacts destroyed. UNESCO World Heritage Sites defaced for more cities and malls. Rainforests ravaged so that palm oil can rule the world. Arctic tundra, what's not melting anyway, mined for oil to fuel the cars that will only hasten our worldwide suicide." He pulled on his cigarette. "But they have a point. What is nature? What's it worth? This entire cave system is useless to society. Once I remove this gold here, it'll get flooded and renovated to be some stupid water park or ride." Anger burned in Sam's gut. "Useless. It's beautiful. People thrive on beauty. It's what makes the world a little more bearable, a bastion, against evil like you." Ramirez grinned and spread his hands. "Oh, Mr. Reilly, beauty is meaningless. Did you miss the memo?
Cash is king." He grinned. "But since you guys were nice enough to lead me here, I have one last present for you." The gun lowered. Sam didn't think. He took 3 aggressive steps toward Ramirez. "Let us go." Ramirez was faster than he looked. The caretaker stepped back with the grace of a dancer and raised his weapon. "I was going to give you your peek of the treasure, but now I might reconsider." Tom stalled in surprise. He shot a glance at Sam. "Wait, what?" Ramirez laughed with genuine warmth. "You didn't really think I'd shoot you, did you? Or let you leave unrewarded? One small thing. You can take one small thing with you, and we'll call it even." His smile twisted. "You sure you still just want that cigarette?" Sam and Tom glanced at each other. Ramirez looked between them, enjoying their hesitation. "Of course, once you take it, I'll shoot both of you, pop, pop, and leave your bodies here. All this gold is a little cold. It could use a little life. Success demands sacrifice. That way, you guys can die and stay in the tomb you work so hard to find. I think that sounds like an excellent plan, don't you?" Tom glared. "Why, you unimaginable—" Ramirez fired. The bullet hit the ground by his shoe, making them both jump. "You really want to finish that sentence?" Sam and Tom looked at each other. Were they really out of options? Tom clenched his right fist, where Sam knew the pocket knife rested invisibly. Tom was ready for a suicide mission. In the shadows, something moved. Sam fought to keep his face still, unreadable, but Tom caught the change. Sam shook his head minutely. Tom glared. Sam's gaze fixed to Ramirez, who was watching them suspiciously. Sam shook his head. "Call them. Can you call the Nyea? I want to know how big a mug I am. Were they ever really here, or was it all just a lie?" The caretaker's face twisted in distaste. "I wouldn't give you the satisfaction, Mr. Reilly. I don't want to see another one of those brutes as long as I live. Not even for all these." He gestured to the unimaginable wealth. "Better just to assume it was—" He broke off, glancing to the shadows. A frown descended on his brow. His gun wavered. Sam watched him closely. "Is everything okay?" Ramirez collected himself. "Trust me, Mr. Reilly. Whether I'm okay or not is the last of your concerns." He broke off again, glancing around. This time, fear filled his face, and his hand shook. Now Tom heard it too, unmistakable rustling. The air in the canyon thickened and took on the stench of wet fur and stone. Sam braced himself out of the corner of his eye. Tom did the same. The Nyea charged out of the darkness directly toward the caretaker. "Stop!" he shouted, as he'd done in the ruined city of Columbia. "Stop!" But these creatures, feral without a caretaker for centuries, had never been trained to obey commands. And even if they had, they probably would not have spoken Spanish, and Ramirez didn't speak Chinese. The massive creature bore down on the terrified man. Sam had to hand it to him. He never tried to run. He fired again and again, though into the armored hide, even though he knew it must be useless. Desperation makes us hope impossible things, Sam thought dimly, as he leapt aside, and the creature descended with a crunch. He grabbed Tom's arm and pulled him to his feet. "Come on, we can make the door if—" Tom pulled his sleeve hard. Sam." That's when Sam saw it too. The shells in the walls were moving.
As the Naya Chia abandoned Ramirez and turned its glowing gaze to them, Sam saw it clearly. The shells weren't shells at all. They were eyes. Chapter 79. The creatures closed in, stealthy, inexorably. They crept closer, surrounding Sam and Tom in a circle. Predatory. Tom glanced at Sam, gripping the knife. They stumbled closer to each other, herded back to back. Sam adjusted his footing, having no other weapons. His scuba suit gave him some extra protection against the wicked claws he'd just seen slash Ramirez's throat, as if it were a stuffed pillow. But not much. Beside him, he heard Tom gulp. Sam! It was rare to hear Tom so utterly defenseless. But in the face of this ring of Naya Chia, Sam completely understood. Just don't. No. He caught Tom, gripping the knife from the corner of his eye. The creature in front of him growled, tensed, and its eyes darted to Tom. Sam raised his arm slowly, not taking his gaze off the creature before him. It was strangely captivating. He had the sudden thought that this must be what birds felt like, watching the dance of a cobra just before they got eaten. No sudden movements. He turned his head to face the horde before him. The nearest Naya Chia squinted, recoiling in pain at the bright light from the scuba lamp. That's it. They're cave dwellers. They don't know what to do with so much light. Crank it up, and they would be gone. But he had no idea if that were true or not. For all he knew, they came and went as they pleased. The Naya Chia in Colombia certainly had no problem seeing above ground. And to blindside them somehow felt ignoble. For such magnificent creatures, he couldn't explain it. Maybe it was stupid. He knew it was stupid. But he got the sense that, as with most predators, they would not attack unless provoked. Slowly, Sam raised his hand to his scuba lamp. With infinite care, he dialed down the light to as low as it would go, stopping just short of off. Sam, Tom sputtered, what are you doing? Shh. Gradually, Sam lowered his hands in what felt like a ridiculous pose of surrender. Then he settled his shoulders and looked into the eyes of the creature before him. He didn't even have to duck much. He was totally unprepared for what he saw. As the dim glow of the lamp hit the face in front of him, the eyes shone in dazzling colors and combinations he never even knew existed. Sam tilted his head just a bit, and the creature's eyes changed colors. It was more than the way a dog or a deer's eyes reflect odd colors when caught in headlights at night. This was magical. It was unexplainable. He couldn't help it. His mouth opened in awe. The brilliant eyes were interrupted by a strong, protruding snout that barely covered razor teeth, revealed as the creature panted in the dark. Blood shone wetly on its snout, and saliva dripped casually from its mouth, but it didn't feel sinister, despite the fact that it had just committed a kill. It felt like it was a justice far beyond the realm of man. The face was covered in short, brownish-colored fur, but underneath, Sam could make out thousands of small, overlapping scales that also seemed to shimmer in different colors. The facial armor looked significantly less developed than the iron-looking scales that covered the rest of the tank-like body, armadillo style. Maybe it was an evolutionary measure, Sam thought, somewhat irrationally, meant to protect the Naiachia from the new man-made threat of guns the creatures had no doubt experienced as the Spanish invasion ravaged the entirety of their natural habitat in Central and South America. The whole creature was at least 11 feet long, he thought, with a tail almost as long as Sam, which lazily flicked back and forth like a cat assessing its prey. Interestingly, the only portion of the animal without their natural scale-like armor appeared to be the ankles, which were instead surrounded by mahogany-colored fur. These surprising tufts reminded Sam of the tribal anklets he and Tom had seen when they had stayed a night at a village in Peru that still maintained their traditions by performing spiritual dances at night before a bonfire. It made the creatures feel primal, half human, half animal, and Sam could well see why the Tyrona would revere them, even thinking the golden pearls were worthless. 3 fingers protruded from each foot, ending in wicked, curved talons. Though they seemed at rest now, Sam had no doubt they could unsheathe in a moment's notice to shred, just as they had when they mauled Ramirez. Beside him, Tom relaxed slightly. He seemed as awed as Sam. One by one, more Naiachia padded up from behind the tomb and treasure and surrounded the 2 men. Each one had the similar eyes of ambiguous color, but they were all unique. The first Naiachia's pupils pulsated between a mellow burgundy and a sunflower yellow, while another's pulsated in shades of blue. Soon the 2 were completely surrounded. Sam realized that his back was now directly against Tom's, and they circled around and around. The creatures seemed to be assessing the pair, just as they were taking in the creatures. In some dim part of his mind, Sam wondered why the creatures had not attacked, and yet had gone straight for Ramirez. There was nothing so different about them. Perhaps the creatures were a good judge of character. Perhaps. Who knows? Sam thought with a small smile. At this point, with everything else they were capable of, it would not surprise him if they could sense the good and the bad in people. Animals had a 6th sense like that. It was humans that seemed to miss it, he thought wryly. He bowed his head to the Naiachia in recognition, humbled as he understood their judgment. Sam felt Tom's right shoulder tense up. There was no doubt he was clutching the pocket knife tightly, just in case. For a minute, electrical tension between man and animal, man and nature, held the room hostage. Not a thing moved, and the only sounds were the shallow yet slowing breaths of Sam and Tom, and the slight whirring emanating from deep in the Naiachia. Then, without warning, the one Naiachia blocking the route to the door outside stepped backward, its huge muscles rippling beneath its scales. Sam and Tom looked at each other in confusion. Sam brought his gaze back to the claws. Could they just leave, then? Without getting mauled by these foot-long claws? He raised his eyes to the creature's face, scanning the room. Despite the ripple coursing down his own spine, they did not look tense at all. In fact, their eyes, though completely different from human eyes, betrayed curiosity. Somehow, Sam knew they wouldn't hurt them. If they were going to attack, they would have done it by now. Backs still turned against each other, Sam spoke over his shoulder. "I think we've disturbed them long enough. What do you think?" Tom laughed. "Read my mind." Chapter 80. The way out was much better than the way in. They slid down the passageway, wet from their previous ascent, until they reached the river, which flowed as inexorably as ever, the walls washed with weird water shadows and gleaming stone. Sam and Tom hauled themselves out of the river into the shadow of the water wheels. Sam sat on the bank and kicked his feet in the water. "Well," he grinned at Tom, "I guess this is another one for the history books." Tom shook his head, slicking back his hair. "Can't say I'm too disappointed it's over. Good thing, too. The girls would give us hell if we were away too much longer." Behind them, 2 people moved in the shadows. Sam spun. There, standing in the cavern of the Yellow Dragon Cave, were the last 2 people on Earth Sam expected to see. Nathan Sanchez folded his arms with a smug, cocky smile, and Gordo Rojas, watching them with that cold, snake-like gaze of his. Tom asked, "What the hell do you think you're playing at?" Then Nathan pulled the gun out of his shorts and aimed it at them. Sam and Tom spread their hands. Sam turned to Gordo. "My goodwill only went so far?" Gordo nodded. "Afraid so, Sam. The Tomb of El Dorado is worth a lot more than any amount of goodwill." Sam shrugged. He shouldn't have expected more from him. "And the original etchings of El Dorado within the Colombian salt mine?" "What about them?" "The other miners, the ones you said were killed in a tunnel collapse?" "Yeah." "That was all a lie, wasn't it?" Sam said. "You killed them so that you could keep the gold." Gordo grinned malevolently. "Guilty, as charged." Sam waved him down and folded his arms. He jerked his chin at Nathan. "How much exactly did he pay you, Sanchez? Promised you a part of the treasure, did he?" "Bullshit. The treasure was just the bonus." Nathan laughed. "You think it was money that drove me? It was the adventure. You should know, Sam. You're just the same. Why did you come charging after 2 people you never met, to rescue them? Was it for the reward?" He laughed. "Who am I kidding? It was the gold." "Of course it was for the gold. God, you're one of the most idiotic morons I've ever met. You're on this mission, hush-hush, and you lead us right here." Sam raised his brows, everything suddenly becoming clear. Ramirez said he had connections all over the world. He jerked his chin at Sanchez. The man seemed an unlikely agent of espionage, but then, those were always the best. "You?" Nathan shook his head. "I don't know any Ramirez. I'm not—" He raised his hands as Gordo turned to him with that cold, snake-like gaze. "I'm not like Gordo." Sam asked, "How many pockets are you in, Mr. Sanchez?" Nathan threw up his hands. "Nice try, Sam. Frame me for stuff I know nothing about." He pointed a finger at Sam. "We'd been looking for weeks for this stupid cave, breaking our backs and getting nowhere. Then you show up, all Lancelot on us in Clostrel. And I knew. I'd heard of you, famed treasure hunter. There was no way you were in that cave by accident. No one is that noble. Then when you started asking about the tunnels, Churn and I knew we were after the same thing." Sam raised a brow. "And we knew more than you did." Nathan's mouth tightened, to have his moment of triumph turned against him. "I put a tracker in the journal," he shouted, waving his arms. "I put a GPS tracker in the journal. Told you it could lead you to the cave, but that I was too dumb to figure it out." He spread his arms. "And voila, here we are. Who's the chump now?" Sam raised his hands. "Yes, you're very smart. So smart that when you go in there and find the tomb, You'll find a dead man. 7 dead men, to be exact. He raised Tom's cell phone. And I've already called the authorities. What do you know? There's been a murder. Nathan's face contorted with rage. Damned right, there's been a murder. He lunged forward with his gun. Yours! Chapter 81. Sam ducked. Then, without thinking, he lurched for the nearest watermill pole and began to climb. Nathan grabbed onto his leg, but Sam kicked out and got the other man in the nose. Nathan's face immediately spurted blood, and he snorted. You bastard! Nathan gripped the nearest pillar close to him and hauled himself up to climb after Sam. Sanchez was a climber, Sam thought, as the man gained on him, unfazed by the awkward footing and uneasy terrain. He had to remember that. He gained his feet at the top, the water sluicing down the channels designed for it, much faster than it looked from below. From below, the mill seemed like a picturesque tourist attraction, akin to log rides at amusement parks. Now, standing level with them, Sam was forced to admit they were exactly what they were designed to do. Mill hard pieces of grain or wood into very tiny pieces. Bones would be no deterrent to this piece of engineering. Sanchez stood in front of him, panting. He aimed the gun at Sam. Admit it, Reilly, you lost. Sam shook his head. Not today, Sanchez. Nathan laughed. And how do you plan to stop me? Sam kicked at the lever by his foot, diverting the flow of water directly over Nathan's feet. Nathan jumped back in surprise, swearing. Sam? Sam risked a glance down, where he saw Tom, arm poised to throw. He didn't have time to think about what it might be. It was already hurtling toward his face. Sam caught the Tanfoglio pistol in surprise. He cocked the trigger, spun, and aimed it on Nathan in one fluid move. As they stood off on top of the mills among the clank of gears and rush of water, Sam wondered where the hell all the tourists were. Why didn't anyone put a stop to this? Nathan grinned, as if he'd read Sam's mind. Tuesday, he said. Not open on Tuesday. Sanchez! The shout came from below. Sam risked a glance to the edge to see the tiny, ferocious Gordo aiming a pistol steadily at Nathan. Leave this. Only the tomb matters. If they have not sealed the entrance and the Naya Chia escape, Nathan rolled his eyes. Always with these damned creatures. Enough already. He fired down at Gordo just as Nathan fired up. Whether blinded by the spray or the mist, or deceived by the awkward perspective, Gordo missed. Nathan didn't. Gordo crumpled to the ground and didn't move again. Nathan rolled his shoulders in relief, grinning. Man, that's a weight off my back. And my ears. Thank you, Lord, what an insufferable git. Always the Naya Chia this, the Naya Chia that. What about my fucking gold? It was then Sam realized that Gordo had not told Nathan the crucial fact that the Naya Chia were in fact the ones that produced the gold. So now we get to the real point. Nathan Sanchez restudied his aim on Sam. I don't need any of you. I've got your tracker. He brandished something in his left hand. I've been tracking you since you arrived in China. You've left a trail right to the tomb. All I have to do is go in and find it. Behind Nathan, Sam kept his face perfectly blank. Slowly, behind Nathan, Tom was climbing up the scaffolding. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Nathan laughed. Why is that? Because they'll kill you like they killed Ramirez. Nathan waved the gun, and a full magazine of bullets. Oh, yeah, I'll take my chances. Tom was almost up. Gordo, on the ground, was in no condition to warn anyone. Slowly, Tom took Nathan's untied shoelace and tied it stealthily to the track as Nathan lowered his gun. "Any last words, Mr. Reilly?" Tom raised his own gun. "On three." "Oh, a duel! How honorable!" Nathan grinned. "On three it is." He bowed mockingly. 1, 2. Nathan fired. Sam, who had been halfway expecting such an underhanded move, flung himself out of the way. As he spun in space, his finger, already half depressed, squeezed all the way. He was met with a click. Was the gun really empty? Sam dived down the narrow waterway as if his life depended on it. Behind him, he heard Nathan lunge, then curse. He must have discovered his tied shoe. Sam skidded, risking a glance back. Tom was punching Nathan in the face, but Nathan was giving as good as he got. His tied shoelace snapped, and he charged at Tom. Tom dodged and raced after Sam, gesturing to something in front of Sam, panic and determination in his eyes. "Go!" Up ahead was a junction of 3 other mills, the massive cogs moving in sync as the water from different parts of the river was funneled into one powerful fall. If he could get to that, there was a good chance he could give Nathan the slip. There was also a better-than-good chance he'd get crushed to death between those massive gears if he lost his footing even a little. "Don't think about that now." Sam went. As he slid and skidded across the slick wood and cold water, blessing the fact that he was still wearing the cleated boots of the scuba gear, he spared Tom one last final thought and then put him out of his mind. Through the spray, Nathan was gaining on them. And then the worst happened. He hit a dead end. The falls spilled down, and he could go no farther. They spun, backs to the drop-off. "Jump?" Nathan broke into view, gasping in triumph. "Nowhere to run now, is there?" Sam held up his hands. "Please, don't do this." The gun lowered. "You must think I'm—" Then Sam saw it. The water was dragging Nathan's untied shoelace toward the crushing gears. If it got caught, it would drag him under and crush him in its massive jaws. "Your shoe!" Sam shouted, despite himself. "Your shoelace is untied. It's getting—" Nathan just laughed, wiping his smile with his gun hand. "You think I'm going to fall for that again? Fat chance. You're exhausted. You're out of bullets." In desperation, Sam lunged and grabbed the lever, reversing the flow of water. The water wheel kept moving in the same direction until the water built up and enough momentum was produced to change the direction of the water wheel. Nathan charged at him. Sam clambered over the giant water wheels. There were 3 of them in a row, each one spinning slowly in a clockwise direction. Sam climbed the first one like a ladder, stepped over the second one, and jumped from the third one. Nathan was a rock climber, and he moved with the quick, nimble body movements of an athlete. Up and over the first wheel, across the second, and then the water reached its pressure limits, and the wheel reversed its direction, suddenly jolting in a counterclockwise direction. Nathan fell backward into the deadly gear mechanisms. All Sam heard was the scream, which soon came to pass. The watermill ran red. Chapter 82. Sam dropped to the ground beside Tom, flexing his blistered fingers. Panting, he wiped his soaked hair out of his eyes and glared. Tom caught the pistol Sam hurled at his chest, barely. "What were you thinking, giving me an empty gun?" Tom shoved it in his pants before anyone could see it. "Yeah, really glad we're not dead, too. Thanks for saving my life, friend." He threw up his hands. "It was the best I could do. I thought it had one shot left. Poetic and all that, but I guess I lost count." He broke off, strangled by Sam's embrace. For a moment they stood there, wet, together. "Glad you're not dead," Sam smiled at him. "Friend?" Sam glanced at the bleeding form of Gordo. He knelt down and took his pulse, but it was as he suspected. There was nothing they could do. He rested his wrists on his knees, squinting up at the watermills and their merciless turn. "Poor bastard," he said. "He was already a rich man." Tom shook his head. "Greed never pays." "That's so?" Sam glanced at the entrance, thinking of the treasure beyond. "What about being a good guy?" Tom shrugged. "Speaking of that," he jerked his chin at the cave. "Now that Sanchez isn't a threat, or Ramirez, or El Gordo, what do we do about the Naya Chia and the Tomb of El Dorado?" Sam sighed, fingering something in his pocket. Then he pushed himself to his feet, feeling both oddly somber and light. Let them be. Humans have interfered enough in their lives. They just want to exist as they were meant to, unendangered. He grinned, small. Who knows? Those pearls are still out there, if you know where to look. He took one from his pocket and tossed it to Tom, who caught it in surprise. Someone might get curious, put the pieces together and find them, someday. Until then, Tom turned the small, exquisite golden sphere over in his hands. And the Tomb of El Dorado? Sam thought about that for a moment, squinting into the sun. Then he held out his hand. Tom dropped the pearl into it, and Sam put it in his pocket as they turned to go. Let's let El Hombre Dorado finally rest in peace. Epilogue. Sam Reilly's house, Lake Oswego, Portland, Oregon, 3 months later. The birds chirped outside. It was a calm day on the lake, and the summer scents of barbecue and sunscreen slicked the breeze. Hot as hell inside, though. Sam gripped the wrench harder and wedged it around the stubborn bolt. His arm muscles went taut and turned the wrench as hard as he could. His tendons stretched and his teeth ground together, but deep in the core of the thing he felt some imperceptible shift and knew he was going to win. Sam coaxed the bolt loose and finished it off with his fingers. It took a few times to get some purchase, what with all the oil, but Sam didn't mind getting his hands dirty. Eventually the bolt turned free, and Sam sat back with a satisfied sigh and regarded the Thunderbird. He wondered again how things got so tight when it hadn't been used since he first discovered Excalibur more than 6 months ago. Sam's moment of triumph was interrupted by the ring of his cell phone. It took him a moment to understand what he was hearing, still lost in the hum and puzzle of his old car. Then he shook his head and came back to himself. He eased himself out from under the belly, groping for the rag nearby. He wiped his hands as he got to his feet, wringing hard at the oil that coated his fingers. He dropped the towel on his workbench as he reached the receiver and picked up the phone. Sam still felt the grease on his fingers, despite washing them as quickly as possible, as he strode into the house from his workshop attached outside. The cell phone kept ringing. Whoever they were persistent. Katerina, still wet from her swim in the lake, stepped down the hallway and handed him his cell phone. Sam mouthed the words, "Thank you," his eyes glancing at her with a mixture of lascivious desire and affection. and he wondered why he'd felt the need to work on the T-Bird when he could have been swimming with her. He smiled, contentedly smitten to have her in his life. Katerina gestured toward the phone. "Are you going to answer it?" Sam nodded. He wedged the cell phone under his chin, reaching for a kitchen towel off the stove and wiping his hands as he answered. "Hello." The voice was curt. "Thank you for finally answering your phone, Mr. Reilly." Sam's brows rose. "Madam Secretary, good afternoon." Sam racked his brains for the reason behind the call. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" "What do you know about Palmyra?" she asked without further preamble. It was something he liked about the Secretary of Defense. She didn't waste any words. "Syria?" He tossed the towel. "I read the papers, and I hear the news about the war. But if I'm to be honest, not a great deal at all. Why, what should I know about its ancient capital, Palmyra?" He could almost see her smile as she spoke. "A small deployment of Navy SEALs stationed there discovered something that I think you will be interested in." Sam pivoted and sought the window, phone against his ear. Outside, the breeze blew stiff ripples across the lake. "Really? I'm not that kind of soldier anymore. What happened?" "A group of 3 men stationed in Palmyra got engaged in a firefight with some insurgents 2 days ago. They got caught in some ruins outside of the city, hard-pressed." Sam frowned. "Enemy fire?" "Yes, and heavy, too. They fought their way out, but during their escape, one of the men got separated from his companions and found himself under the ground." "Go on." "You need to know what he found." "What makes you think that?" Sam frowned. "I mean, what does this specifically have to do with me?" She smiled through the phone. "Everything, Mr. Reilly. Everything." The breeze picked up through the windows off the lake. Sam thought of his car and his project, half finished in the garage. Maybe he wouldn't get to finish it this trip after all. More importantly, he wondered if there would still be time to spend with Katerina. "Why?" "I could tell you, but it's easier if I simply show you. Are you near a computer?" Sam tossed the towel on his counter, put the phone on speaker, and moved toward the laptop that he'd left on the low wooden coffee table, where he'd been enjoying coffee and the news earlier in the afternoon. He settled behind the screen and opened his email. "I am now. What do you want to show me?" "Open your email." Sam did so. In an unsettlingly brief amount of time, an encrypted email arrived. It wasn't his first time receiving a communique from the higher-ups at the Pentagon, but their efficiency never failed to impress and intimidate, no matter how he tried to hide it. Sam clicked on it, and almost immediately a photograph loaded. It was a picture taken inside what appeared to be a stone tomb. For a moment he thought it was a low-res image taken from some kind of handheld surveillance recorder, and he was surprised at the rare, shoddy quality. Then the photo fully loaded into stunning resolution, and he stared. Along the wall was a detailed drawing of indeterminable age, carved in stone and painted. Sam leaned closer to see. There, at the center of the wall drawing, was a depiction of a labyrinth, with a strange key at the center. "Mr. Reilly, did you receive the file?" The sharp voice cut through his amazement. "Yes." Sam struggled to process what he was seeing. "I got it." She said, "I believe you know what this means." Sam Reilly swallowed hard and nodded to himself. "It means that my history has finally caught up with me." The secretary said. "The question is, Mr. Reilly, what are you going to do about it?" Sam Reilly took a deep breath. He knew the answer to that question as much as he disliked it. "It's time for me to return to where this all began, where I first heard about the master builders. And as much as I don't want to, it's time for me to dig something up that I had hoped would remain buried for all of eternity." The Secretary of Defense said, "I'm sorry it's come to this, Sam. I had hoped that it wouldn't." He'd hoped so, too. But sometimes your past has a way of catching up with you. "I understand, Madam Secretary. I'll be ready for the flight within the hour." He ended the call. Katerina looked at him, noticing the change in his demeanor, her brow furrowed with worry, and her piercing gray eyes locked onto his. Her lips thinned. "Is everything all right?" Sam took her hands affectionately into his, kissed them, and then kissed her on the mouth. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment. He could happily spend the rest of his life with this woman and forget about his obligations. He would do it, too. If only his obligations would forget about him and leave him alone. She pulled back from him, her trim eyebrows arched, and her lips parted questioningly. "Tell me, Sam, what's happened?" He took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I need to go pack. There's something I need to do. I'm really sorry." He kissed her on the lips once more, a long, slow, and passionate kiss. "I'll try my best to be as quick as I can." "Sam, you're scaring me. What the hell is going on?" He had already returned to his equipment room and begun packing 2 large duffel bags with what appeared more like military equipment than something a maritime salvage expert or archaeologist might need. Katerina grabbed his hand and stopped him. "Sam!" "I'm sorry. I'll try and make this as fast as I can." Her eyes narrowed, confusion and concern plastered across her beautiful face. "Where are you going?" "Palmyra, Syria, Washington, D.C., Nevada, among other places." "Why?" Sam ignored her question, continuing to pack. She persisted. "When will you be finished?" "Soon. No more than a few weeks. That is, if I survive." "Sam!" He stopped what he was doing and looked at her. "Yes?" "I'm scared. Why won't you tell me what's going on? What is this all about?" Sam closed his eyes and bit his lower lip. He swallowed hard. He knew she had a right to know, but all the same he wanted to protect her as much as he could. But she needed to know the truth. He opened his eyes and said, "Because it's time I go back to hell and retrieve the labyrinth key." The end. This has been The Tomb of El Dorado, Sam Reilly, Book 18. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2019 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2019 by Christopher Cartwright.